Hello, this is my stream number 170. So I'm in the process of making the foundation for a game, and hi there, Nui. Hello, Nui. Hello, world. And I'm getting closer to having foundation for the game set up. The game world's going to be displayed here in maybe a couple weeks. We'll see. And today I'm working on integrating these tool administrator tools. Did I start too early? Haha. Was it like 40 seconds early? Not too early. I was actually wanting to start earlier, but trying to stick to a schedule takes some adjustment, especially when my schedule changes. So it's sort of a weird schedule today, being shifted forward 2 hours. Yeah, so... Oh, hold on. I forgot to do a setup step here. Yes, new port number. Hold on. This will take a moment. Yeah, so I'm working on the cluster status for the backend servers for the game, and we can see their status is here, but none of these buttons actually do anything. This one actually does something, but we can't see. It is a side effect only. The add pops up a form, and this add doesn't actually do anything either. So I think I'm going to start today with implementing the add a server button, and I'm loading up here here it is, the old console. Has this implemented so we can do something like this. And when we hit add there, it actually goes to the server cluster and adds in a fourth server. Takes a bit of time. Oh, uh-oh. We're in some kind of weird cycle. Interesting. Huh. Bug. Oh, is server 13 in there? It's just not updating? Might have to just refresh. Oh, that's weird. Wonder how that happened. Hold on. Hey there, Endurin. I just hit some kind of weird server side bug. I'm trying to add server 13 in, and it got stuck. It's talking about receiving word from a server 13. Where there's the start reconfiguration. Oh, we timed out and had an election change during a reconfiguration. That's bad. Okay. So I think that's actually on my list of things that is a problem. Oh, how do I get out of that? I think if I stop the cluster and restart it, it recovers. Except for it doesn't bring up server 13. Actually, I think it might have just done it. No? Huh. Is it in some kind of death spiral? Oh, no. Server 13's up. It's just this doesn't know about it. Strange. Hey there, Romania. How's it going? Not so good right now. Had the sound muted. Huh. I just started up, and I was talking about how I'm adding the add the new server button, and I'm looking at how it was working in the old tool, and I just tried it, and it's not working. I got the server cluster in some kind of weird state. So, not quite sure how to get it out of this state. It might be that I think the problem is the Orchestrator doesn't know about that the configuration change has been completed. But if I do something like this and nudge it and just say that is the configuration, whoops, config, probably recover the cluster this way. Yeah, here we go. Start server 13. How is it that I'm not doing so well? It's that something broke at the very beginning of my stream. I haven't gone 5 minutes and it's not working. It's really strange because I've just told the coordinator that there are 4 servers, but okay, server 10 knows that there are 4 servers. I wonder if it's one of these servers is out of sync with the others. Oh, that's good. What does the new app show? Yeah, the new app only shows 3 as well. Well, that might be for a slightly different reason. Oh, do you see it? It showed up there and then disappeared. Weird. Why would it do that? Showed for a second. Hey there, Crumpet. Yeah, this is the kind of stuff that I'm worried about. Adding a 4th server and, like, it did the start reconfiguration, but it never finished. Actually, I think that's probably what's wrong. And to recover, I think if I force a snapshot and then restart, it should be fine. Let me do that. Snapshot, stop, and start. There we go. Okay. So I know what to do to recover. If I ever get into that state again, I force a snapshot and then restart the servers. And they will no longer think that they're in the middle of a reconfiguration. Very stressful. Okay, so that's what it should have done when I first did it. Let me add I think it might be that we're running in debug mode and it took too long to replicate the state to server 13 because the journal was so long, but now that it's short again, I should be able to add a 14th one, I mean a 5th one without too much trouble. Let me just test that. That should add a 5th one to the cluster. I'm being asked by the Windows firewall, should I let it talk to the network? Sure. Okay, so that works. And then that should pop up here too. So I need to do the same thing in this app that I had in the old app. The same thing with these removes. If I hit remove button, it should remove the servers from the cluster like that. So actually, I'm kind of curious about something. Is this writing to S3 when I do that, or did I have that turned off? I might have had that turned off. It's turned off. Okay. That's fine. We don't need the clients to know about the new servers. Oh, I never trust anything I write. I only trust things that are well tested and stable. Unfortunately, my Raft stuff for adding and removing servers isn't quite 100% stable. We just saw perfect example of that at the start of my stream, how I tried to add a server and it didn't complete the process until I forced a snapshot and restarted the cluster. And now there's a whole bunch of historical junk. Actually, when you snapshot, it kind of cleans up the junk, and it reduces it to the snapshot, where it no longer really remembers what the shape used to be at any point in the past. The only thing it really remembers are the players in the game and the tickets and the current configuration. And in the current configuration, I think I have a log entry number that it corresponds to. Where was that? I know it's here somewhere. It's going to be an odd looking number too. Log index, there it is. 859. That's the only artifact that remains that configuration was changed at some point in the past. Oh, thanks for the follow. QK? Or is that Kubu? Okay. Alright, I'm recovered. I'm taking a deep breath. I'm going to continue. We're back to a 3-server cluster. and I'm going to be implementing the actual add here. Let me look at the code. Oops, I didn't mean to drag my window. Dragging it around by accident is never a good thing. Actually, I can get rid of the states for 13 and 14 too. We've taken those servers completely offline. Don't care about their old state. All right, this is a panel. So that I can find under source, views, activities, panels. And that is the cluster panel. And okay, so it's just shows the header and cluster status view. So that's this one. All right, so that add does something. Let's see what it does. Add server. If we're showing it, we do an add server form. So that's here. So I'm just tracing the code down. Hey there's Ferris. How's it going? How are you doing? I had sort of a rocky start to my stream today, but I think I've recovered. I had tested adding a new server feature here, and it didn't add it completely. And I had to kick the server squarely in its robotic behind to get it to actually go through. And at least I have a way to force it to recover if I should need it. But yeah, I need to find the root of that. I think the root problem is that when you add a server and it starts adding, it does the start reconfiguration. If we have a leadership change in the cluster, it kind of gets stuck. And I can kick it by forcing the new configuration through and then forcing a snapshot, and then it doesn't remember that it started but didn't finish. It just picks up the new configuration. So yeah, I have a backup plan if that happens again. Anyway, so this is the form that pops up when you do this button, this add button, and that has its own add. And what does that do? Submits the form. What does submit do? Right, calls on add server. I think this is the thing that I haven't implemented yet. Yeah, we dispatched this action, but there actually is... Oh, why am I searching through CSS? There's nothing that actually handles this. This needs to be handled by middleware. All right. Feel free to lurk. That is perfectly fine. Middleware, admin. Let's add a handler for this. Add server. And I don't know how I'm going to implement it yet. I think I'm going to just copy what I was doing from the old tool to the new one. All right, let's see what the old tool did. I think what it did is it took the current configuration, added the server entry, and then posted it back to the cluster as a configuration change. But it had to do it in a little bit of a 2 or 3 step process. I just don't remember. So let's go look. Add server form. Right, so that called a prop on submit. Let's see where that is. Add server. Okay. Okay, so it formed a new configuration out of the old configuration and adding a new server to the servers list and then called change configuration. Oh, is that it? I just need to call that? I can do that. Hey there, bug found. Bug found, you missed the drama. I had a bug in my backend server stuff. I hit add and filled in to add server 13 and I hit add and it didn't do anything. Actually, it started adding server 13, then got stuck, and I had to kick the cluster in its robotic backside to force server 13 into the cluster. Removing works great. Adding, not so much. I believe it's because of a timeout and the cluster leadership changed mid configuration change, which is kind of scary. Anyway. I think from now on, whenever I'm going to do that, I'm going to force a snapshot first. I didn't fix it yet. It's a corner case that I probably won't hit, I hopefully won't hit in production, but it's because the servers are running really slow because the debugging is turned on. There's actually no real reason why I should run it with debugging on right now, because I'm doing front-end stuff, not back-end. Anyway, so I need to do a change configuration. I think I already had that. This is essentially what I want, so let me grab that. And back over to the middleware here. Add server. Do I just want all that information in here? Actually, I think I already did that, right? That object is put where? That is the arguments object. Oh, thanks for the follow, Sponge Jr. Do I want to do it that way? I don't think I'd want to do it that way. Yeah, I want to take this record and call it something else in the message here. So this is server config. Let's call it... Actually, I can call it whatever I want. So I can call it the correct name here. New server. That's what I'll call it. So it'll come back around here as new server. And then new server goes here. Do I? What did I have for timeouts? Election. 1.5 seconds. So if there's no heartbeat in 1.5 seconds, it forces a re-election. So I think what's going on is it took more than a second and a half to replicate state to a new server. But I guess, yeah, it is kind of strict for debugging mode because it could take a long time. The journal was pretty long, right? It was 104. Yeah, it was basically, okay, it was this point it got to, and then you can tell that it messed up because all of a sudden there was a bunch of timeouts and we skipped forward to term 59 before we got a leader. So we had 96 journal entries. Trying to replicate all of that to a new server was taking over a second and a half. Yeah. I'll probably want to collect statistics on that, on how long it takes to process a configuration change and replicate to a new server, and I need to make sure it never threatens to go above or to slow the a server down beyond the minimum timeout for an election. Anyway, this needs to be changed a bit, right? We have get, state, and dispatch I'm going to need. And then here we go. I'm cheating a little bit. Copy pasta. So that's our current configuration for the game and our current realm. If there's no realm known, then we ignore this request. Get the current list of servers. That's actually not exactly what I want. I just want this. Let's call this config and then new config. So it's config. And this is realm. I think I want to do it this way, right? let's just debug this before we get it further. That I'm not going to worry about yet. Let's just do console.log. Would have changed configuration. Let's have the old, so config and new config. That doesn't need to be let, that can be a const. Alright, let's try that out. Get me my console. Alright. Oh, the overflow's killing me. Can I move? I can move that down to the bottom, right? Okay, we'll live with that. Localhost 13. Add. Alright. So let me dock that back on the right. Actually, let's just put it in a separate window. I don't know why I put it on the other monitor. Okay, let's look at these two configurations. Specifically, the old ones should have realms, and then servers, and there are 3, right? And the new one should be exactly the same, but with 4 things there. It's interesting that it lists them in a different order. But, okay, they have all the correct entries. See that? That's kind of weird to me. I guess there's no sorting, it's just in the order in which they were defined. Anyway, that actually looks good to me. So, let's continue. Is it easy for me to dock that back? Ooh, I can. That's actually not so bad. Okay, I think I already have an action to do this. It's change configuration, right? Yeah, okay, so I can just do dispatch actions change configuration. Configuration new config. And we'll hope for the best. Alright, here goes nothing. Let me actually pop that out. Add. Oh, before I do that, let's make a snapshot. Snapshot, done. Add. Add. Ooh, I think it's working. Yay! 4 servers in the cluster. Hey there, 85 filter. That's how we add a server to the cluster. But now let's implement remove. I think that's actually pretty good. How's my weekend going? It's not started yet. I don't call it the weekend until work's done on Friday. I guess work is done for a lot of people by now, but for us in the US West Coast, we're still working. Weekend hasn't started yet. My stream started up pretty stressful because the equivalent of what I just did there with the ad didn't work in the old tool. Actually, it didn't work in the back end. There was a hiccup, but I got it recovered. Okay, let's implement remove. Let me look how remove was done in the old app. Right after lunch? Good for you, 85 filter. Okay, I do have a remove server. Oh, I remember, yeah. Changing the version of a server meant removing it and then adding it back with a new version. That's where it's going to get complicated. Remove server is not that hard. Okay, it's similar, it's just we filter out the configuration. Okay, so we can do this. Let's, we have add server. Is there a remove server? Yes, there is. Okay, nothing is handling that yet, though. Remove server. Gonna need action has the ID in it. Get state and dispatch. going to be kind of like add server. It's see what realm we're in, use it to get to the configuration, but instead of this spread, it's going to be a filter. So it's going to be this dot filter server dot id not equal id. Okay, here goes nothing. Here goes nothing. We're gonna remove a server from the cluster. Ooh, it's gone. Kind of scary when I do that. Let's add it back, and then I can play around with another thing. Add it back. Uh-oh. The server crashed. I should probably see why it crashed, since I have the opportunity to do so. So to do that, I'm seeing that it's server 11, and I can set up this debugger to attach to realm server 11, and then I can hit retry. Okay, there's where it crashed. Interesting. It was going into the cached configuration for something. Oh, did it get messed up? Cached configuration's messed up? Oh, wait. Where is this actually happening? In the worker thread. Oh, I wonder if it's because we're not grabbing a mutex to protect the worker thread from other threads. Because I noticed that this thread doesn't grab any mutex here. And this doesn't grab a mutex either. I wonder if it just happened to hit this just at the right moment. So many other threads, though. It might be hard to see the other one it conflicted with. Yeah, that one's asleep. That one is also asleep. Yeah, it's waiting. Okay, that one looked like from the call stack it's also waiting. That one also waiting. It says condition variable, it's waiting, I think. This is doing something. Oh, waiting, it's waiting. But waiting the Windows way, not the standard library way. Waiting. All these threads are waiting. I wonder if I'll even see the smoking gun. It will have been something else touched the configuration at like while that other thread was trying to read it. Yeah, all of these threads are waiting. So if they did something dirty, then they've already finished and gone back to sleep by the time we got here. I think that's what actually happened. So the best I can do is look at this ID. It's 11. Where are we getting this configuration? Because we are server 11. We're getting our own server configuration. So if that cache configuration is screwed up, that would be interesting to know. I think it's more likely that we just didn't get, we just didn't protect this from all the other threads. Realms. Expand this out. Object. Servers. Four things. This will be the one I just added. Yeah, 13. Okay. I'm going to say it's because cache configuration was changed by another thread. That means I need to protect access to this. Does this make a copy? No, it returns a reference. That's the problem. You know what I can do is make another function which grabs the mutex and gets a copy of it. Yeah, all of these functions are probably going to grab the mutex internally, right? Like, yeah, they all grab the mutex to do their thing. Yeah, okay, I think that's what it is. It's a whole new process with its own directories and everything. So, I think that server is running. So its runtime directory is down here. So it has its own copy of the program, and it's got its own copy of all the data and everything. And they're all talking to each other through sockets, the network sockets. So each one can independently crash. So in this case, we're looking at server 11. The other servers are continuing to run, and they're complaining that they can't talk to server 11, which is at 8186. They're like, we can't talk to 11. In the meanwhile, I think this will show 11 is down and 10 is the leader. So the game can actually continue, and you know, I can interact with the game. I can ban myself. I can unban myself. So that continues because we have a majority of the server still running in the cluster. So the game would, if this happened for real in production, I could actually still debug server 11 and other people could continue playing on 10, 12, and 13. It's just that those servers are going to really be very vehemently complaining that they can't get to 11. And as soon as I actually kill 11 completely, the orchestrator is going to say, okay, he died, and let's restart him now. I might as well do that, right? Because I know what the problem is. So let's say in the debugger, actually, I just disconnect, it will kill that. And then see, the orchestrator restarted it. And since that is a race, that crash, we avoided it this time. So it's a race condition. So it rejoins the cluster. So 11 rejoins the cluster at, you know, as soon as it restarted. Okay, I want to fix that bug though. Oh, did I already close the file I was in? Yeah, here. That's not safe to call without holding the mutex, and that's the problem. Is the configuration got changed while we were looking at it. So I need another version of that function that's safe. Let's go to where that's declared. Oops. Let's just make a copy of this. Let's call it get server config. Actually, I don't need to make a special version of this. I don't need this at all. I can just get a JSON here. Our server config. And then within a small scope, let me do what one of these does. Grab a lock guard and then make a copy. Our server config equals this. And then we already are in impl. There we go. So that's the fix. Never got to work with mutex back in the day of C++. Yeah, mutexes are very easy to do wrong. And so once again, I've been bitten by it today. That accessing a data structure that's modified by other threads, which are probably locking the mutex before they do so. And if we don't lock the mutex ourselves, then we could be looking through the data structure while it changes. Bad things can happen. You know what? We're going to have a similar problem down here, aren't we? Yes, indeed. So while we're holding this, why don't we get these other things here? Our server config, our host config. Do we need our host name anywhere else? We do not. So I can move that into there. And then just do that. Nothing uses our host? What am I doing? Nothing even needs this. Nothing even needed that code. That was dead code anyway. What am I? It was just stupid. We're getting the configuration for no reason. Oh well. Okay, that was stupid. Code that didn't even need to be there was causing an exception. Solution? Remove code we don't need. It's just one of those days. It's like Monday. Okay, so implementing remove. I did add so I could test remove, so let's do remove. Right, actually I think remove worked, right? And I was just playing around with add to test remove. Oh no, I wanted to remove the leader. Okay, we need to add 13 back. I was playing around with what happens if we actually remove the leader of the cluster, not a follower. So let's add 13 back. And I'll just be safe, I'll snapshot again. And now if I remove El Presidente of cluster, watch what happens. It kind of flashed there, but what happened is one of them timed out and became a candidate and then became a leader. Actually, if I walk through the Redux state, we can see that. That window is floating around somewhere. There it is. Redux. So if I back up the state a little bit, you'll see that happen. Okay, so which one is that? Okay, yeah. A bunch of stuff happened behind the scenes here. There's the point where I told it to remove server 10. And what happened is we changed the configuration to be a 3-server configuration. We sent that to the game. We received a message back from the game that it was going to do the change. And then we received a message from server 11 about the same thing. So actually all 4 servers told us, yeah, we're gonna be removing 10. Then 10 said he's stepping down, is no longer the leader. And then 12 said it's now a candidate. So the F became a C. And that was after, should have been after a small timeout period. Yeah, 1.6 seconds. You can kind of see that there, although whenever I mouse over it, it flips away. So 1.6 seconds after server 10 stepped down, server 12 stepped up as a candidate. And then in quick succession, we should get that raft state messages from all the other servers saying that they all vote for 12 to be the new leader. So then 12 says, okay, I am now the leader. And all the 4 servers acknowledge that. Then what happens is 10 is removed. The configuration is finalized by all the servers, which basically removes server 10 from the set. And then it should disconnect server 10 at that point. Actually, I think this this reflect configuration change will when it strikes out server 3, it'll actually close the socket to server 10. And then behind the scenes, server 10 is killed by the orchestrator. So I'd see that down here. Server 10 killed, no longer in cluster configuration. So yeah, worked as I thought it would work. Definitely voting could be done in 1.6. Oh, our own voting, 1.6 seconds. It actually, most of the time, it was waiting for the election timeout to happen. Once the election happens, the servers respond almost immediately, saying, "Yeah, we'll vote for whoever became the candidate first." Okay, so let's add back 10 because I don't like not having 10. 10. I forgot what port he was on. 84, I think. 6, 8. Yeah, that sounds right. So add 10 back in. And then we can remove 13. There we go. Oh, hey there, Meridium. I didn't ignore you. I just didn't see your message. How are you doing? I was getting a little focused on showing how the servers are added and removed from the backend server cluster. So sorry about that. Good evening to you as well. How are you doing? So I could work on the CSS, but I don't feel like it. I think I'm just going to check in these changes. And actually, I need to do the version stuff. I haven't touched the version stuff in a while. Let's check in what I was doing. Right, this is code that was actually causing a crash. So, coordinator, remove dead code that causes a crash. And then implementing, adding and removing servers, right? Implement, this is player console, adding, removing of servers. Yeah. I did do a little bit of study. Oh, why did I I did a little bit of study earlier today. Let me show you that. Let me start off by showing you a problem I have in the tickets table. See how the highlighting looks ugly? If I'm not on row 1, it doesn't highlight the top. So I was getting frustrated trying to figure that out on my own. So I looked up some stuff on the internet. So one of them was a nice Stack Overflow link. And thanks for the follow, Matt. This nice Stack Overflow link that led me to make a little experiment, which I called Table Sandbox. And I have that up here. So this is Table Sandbox. It is just called Fun with HTML Tables, and it's just a simple table where I had like 3 columns and 3 rows, right? And I wanted to get it so that when you hover over any row, it highlights it. So this is the CSS I figured out based off of this Stack Overflow link, which is the trick is to use to not stylize the rows, but to stylize the cells, and to turn off by default the bottom border. Where does it show that? It's here somewhere. Oh, all right. Okay, you always have a top border. Where was the one for the last row? Okay, now I don't remember what the lesson was. But anyway, I played around with this. I'm gonna have to revisit this again because I don't quite understand what I did. But I actually got it to look pretty cool, pretty good. Where did I put that? Put that somewhere. Oh, did I close it? I'll open it again. This one, Table Sandbox Index. So I got it to work pretty nicely. This is what I kind of want. And this works in everything except Internet Explorer, because the Internet Explorer doesn't support these custom CSS variables. But other than that, it worked pretty well. And I'm going to, again, review that lesson and then reapply it to work with this and other tables. So that was enough of CSS for me for one day. So I don't feel like doing any more CSS. Okay, I checked it in. I think I want to do this version stuff now. So first I have to make a version. I had a tool for that. And let me wipe the dust off of it and see if it still works. So it was a shell command here, right? I think it was package. What does package do again? Did it put something onto the stage? It did put something on the stage. It put a zip file there, package.zip. It also made an asset zip. Do I need that too? Yeah, people use Internet Explorer. Need to be banned. I don't know about that. It's just too old. As long as these are the minimum files that a server needs. But yeah, did I not update that to include the assets? What am I trying to look? I'm looking at the wrong project. That's what I'm looking at. Yeah, there's the assets. The orchestrator installs that by default. So there are 4 PEM files. Oh, interesting. The default version doesn't contain the credentials? Huh. That's true. Oh yeah, we don't have a credentials file. Interesting. Now, what credentials are going in there? Root credentials.json. I'm nervous about looking at that on screen, so hold on. Let me drag this off screen. Oh, yeah. It has a super secret code in there. I don't want that to leak. It's the SMTP stuff. So how is it that this was working on the stage here if it wasn't in these folders? There's no credentials JSON. Now I'm really confused. Oh, because it gets put into assets, right? No, assets just has templates in it. Okay, now I'm confused. Let's see, where's credentials? JSON mentioned. I'm just baffled how this is actually working. How is this ever working? And maybe this actually broke. Let me test it. So those credentials are needed in order for it to send emails. So if I were to say, open a new incognito window, I only need one of them, and I go to localhost 3000, and I say I forgot my password. My email address is bob@example.com. Reset. And then how is this actually ever getting to the mailbox? That's what I want to know. Because it's getting there. It just sent it now. I don't see it there. How is it? Credentials.json. But how is it finding that file? It shouldn't be loading it from there or the stage, though. Thoroughly confused. DOS program? Run it in DOSBox, or do you have a real DOS machine on 8086 or 8386 or something? Let's assume that this file doesn't exist. What would it do? This would return an empty JSON value. So it would return false here for configure. And so it wouldn't even start up. So how the heck is it finding a file that's not in its own directory? Oh, wait. That it's not an absolute path, is it? It's going to be sharing the same working directory as the orchestrator. Okay, so this just worked by coincidence, actually. That's what's happening. Shoot. Anyway, let me just note that down. I need to fix that. It just happens to find the copy of the credentials that I put on the stage, but it shouldn't go there. Notes. Fix bug where credentials JSON isn't packaged by default, and servers are finding it in the orchestrators directory, where they shouldn't be going. Okay, but putting that aside, making a package should have still worked. So I have a package. It happens to have credentials in it. So that'll solve the original problem for non-default packages, right? Actually, no, it's still going to read from the current working directory. Basically, this should go from the exes directory plus that path. I'll need to fix that at some point. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The 4 PEM files, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the credentials, which should have been there, but it wasn't, and then the exe. Is anything else needed? No, because the rest are data files created by the server. Okay, so that package should be good. Now I had a tool to upload it. Oh, it was just run Python packaging. No. The dist? Is it Where did I put it? It's been a while since I ran this thing. Tools. There we go. So Python tools deploy realm name candinal version number 1.0. Hold on, I need to look at that tool again. Oh, it has to be in that directory. Okay. So I need to go to the stage then. Tools deploy candinal. Let's make it 1.0.0. And it's looking for the key in a certain directory. Why is it looking... Do I have it hard-coded, the directory it's going to look for? Hold on. Oh, I have a common. That's why I'm confused. Okay, so I need to... This tool is broken. This assumes it's in that directory. It's really in stage dot. And then I need to run it from one directory up. There we go. Now it's connecting, now it's uploading, and it's successful. So let's see if it actually did anything. If it did something, then the old admin tool... Sorry for me jumping around. The old admin tool should show it under version. So there it is. And I should be able to see version 1 there. And I don't know if I did it, like didn't connect it up into the new tool at all. So that's what I'm gonna do next. I need 1.0.0 to show up on the list just like, oh, let's make it 1.0.0. I need it to show up in the list just like it does in the old tool. So it doesn't show up there. Let's fix that. Right, so I think I had made a placeholder for versions in the admin reducer, I think. Versions. This might be key. I need to subscribe to versions. So just like we're subscribing to cluster state, subscribe to versions. It's one thing I'm not subscribing to. What is it? Log. Yeah, I don't really care about the log right now. All right, so when we subscribe to versions, we're going to get more messages back, right? Yeah, we're going to get versions message. So that will be in the middleware for server messages. Versions. On versions. Reflect server versions. So it's a versions part of the message. Oh, time for your stream. Nice. So Everyone, if you haven't checked out Spheris' stream, Spheris is working on a game in Unity. So interesting stuff. Very different from my stream. Also development, but it's pure game dev using a game engine, whereas I'm still building up my own engine, so to speak. Reflect server versions needs to be an action. Oh, thank you, Spheris. I hope you have a good stream too. All right, so admin, reflect server version. Oh, actually, it doesn't need to be middleware, right? Is this going straight to the reducer? And then we got to do something with the action.versions. So it depends on what the old tool did. Oh, I just stored it. Okay, we'll store it and we'll see what it looks like. All right. So now when we connect to the cluster, we should get that version information somewhere. Did I close the DevTools? Looks like I did. Oh, no, they're just hiding. All right, so I should have them in this state. So let's see where they are. Versions. Right, so the first level is host, and then we have launch and versions. Launch should say which version each server is actually running. And then versions is what versions we have available, and that's an array. Right? It's an array, and each thing in the array is an object, which is a version number, and then whether or not it's a bad version. Bad version. Right, so we can use this to populate this drop-down, right? I might already be doing that. Let me look. Cluster status. Version. Server version. Okay, I was putting it there. Is that where I want to put it? That's the configuration. Is that where it is? Is there a copy of that there now? In the configuration? I don't think so. Oh no, there is a version. So, why is it in both places? Maybe I'm not using that. That's the launch version. That's the version that... This is the version actually running, whereas in the configuration, that's the version that should be running. So, yeah, do I use that in the old app? Versions. Where do I use from that? Yeah, I don't use the launch, do I? For each host, host versions for each. So I'm only looking at host versions, not host launches. Yeah, this state versions, where else is it used? Yeah, I'm not using that information anywhere. But it's there. Okay. So yeah, so for picking the options, that's this versions union, right? Right. We're mapping that to options in the select. And doing the same thing here. So where am I picking from? Oh, it's there, so it should already be there then. Oh, look at that. It's there. So what does it do? What happens if I actually change on version selected? What does that do? On change server version. Where does that go? Change server version. It's almost like I've already written this code before. It's kind of scary. Okay, I have the action defined. It just doesn't do anything. So if I go and I drop something down, I should see that pop up in the bottom there. Yeah, change server version. Look at that. Okay. So we're implementing that, I guess, in middleware, in the admin middleware, change server version. It's funny. I don't remember adding that action at any point. Add it after this one. Okay. What will we need? I need the version. And is that okay? There's an ID and a version. And then I'm going to need what? I know I'm going to need dispatch. I don't know what else I need yet. And let's see what the old thing did. On change server version. Okay, so it actually needs to hold on to, right, that's right. I remember this. It removes the old server, but remembers which one it's going to re-add. So it's forming the server, it's forming the configuration, the new configuration of the server. It's removing it, and then once it's removed, it's going to add it back. So how do I represent that? I guess that's Redux state, right? Server being upgraded is in the reducer somewhere. Initialized to null, I suppose. And then that's change server version is going to store that, right? Good at Visual Basic? I'm not that good, but maybe someone else here is. Change. What's the problem that you're having with Visual Basic? If you don't mind elaborating. State and then servers being upgraded. Now, how do I construct that? It's constructed by looking up that server and then swapping its version number out. So that means I'm going to do a little bit of work here. Depending on the current state. So the middleware does this. Let's cheat and copy that. This stuff. But I can't just, I guess I can return, just return state, right? And it's not get state, it's just state. I'm not sure anyone would admit to knowing VB. I've known a few people who would admit to it. It's not too terrible. Hey, if you are working as a programmer for a bank, you might be doing COBOL for all we know. Visual Basic is newer than that. Yeah, let's guard this like that. Why not? Oops. Like so. Oh, wait a minute. There's a problem here. We don't have access to state configuration. We only have access to this what this reducer has. So I don't think I can actually have a reducer do this. I'm gonna need to make this another action, aren't I? Like reflect server being upgraded. And then we'll just store it, right? Yeah, just keep it simple. That means that needs to be an action. Okay, and then we'll just have the middleware dispatch that. Change server version, right? So yeah, so let's do it this way. We'll get access to the configuration. So actually, don't I want to specifically find it? I know I've done this in one of these middlewares. Which one was it? Was it this one? Get server config, yeah. Yeah, let's just copy this out. I should make that a utility, actually. Let's promote this to utility. All right, promotion happening. You have been promoted. Get server config to utilities, which means you are now a full-blown exported function. And no longer simply an arrow function. And then you will also be included in the default export list. So it relies on state, which is fine. Everything else falls from that. That's fine. All right. So that means this imports it, and the other thing can export it too. The admin middleware. All right. Get server config is what we're going to call in change server version. So const server config equals get state, which I don't have, and the ID, which we do have. And then from that, okay, if there isn't any, then we have to return. Otherwise, we're going to dispatch that new action I made to reflect that we're going to change the server version. That was where reflect server being upgraded. And that needed to have this key. Okay, and then we're going to modify the version here. So it's version equals version. And let's just keep it at that for now. I'll test it. Test it one step at a time. So here I will say, I want 100. What does it do? Server being upgraded changes from null to a bunch of stuff. So it's too bad I can't open that up. I'll just look at the state here. As painful as it is to find it, here it is. Right, so now that it's the same, only version number is changed. Okay, so far so good. So after we reflect that it's being upgraded, what do we do next? We remove that server. We can do that. So dispatch actions, remove server, and then what does remove server need? Actually, that's in the same file, isn't it? ID. And that'll remove it, and then we need to automatically add it back. That's the trick here. So it has to do with if this is not null, we will add it back automatically. That happens here, right, on configuration? Yeah. So if we're upgrading a server and the next config is is falsy, meaning we're not in the middle of a reconfiguration, then we add it back in. So it's this block of code I want. And this is in response to on configuration. So do I have a configuration changed handler here? I do. That's to change it. What about when it's changed? Reflect, okay, here it is. Reflect server configuration. But there's no action. Anyway, the code will go here, right? And then I need to find out what is being put in that action. Okay, so I need more than just a configuration. I need like the next configuration. Next configuration. Or null. It looks like. Oh no, that's just to get the servers out of it. Okay, never mind. So just next oops. Next configuration is message next configuration. There's a way I could actually abbreviate that more, I think, using object destructuring, but I don't feel like it. So let's see if that much works. Oh, but I gotta be careful. If I to see if to see to see it work, it's actually going to remove a server, and I don't want it to do that. Hey there, Clayman, and Mr. Love Pickle. I forgot to say hi. And Coach Dench. I've been missing chat. I'm sorry, guys. Mr. Balrog, Coach Dench. Let's just send waves around to everyone I didn't wave to. I know. And 127001, my local host friend. How are you doing? Waves all around. Thanks for the follow. I don't know how to say your name. Higgin. That's as best as I can do. All right, so I'm just gonna I'm not gonna test this. If I test this alone, it's going to remove a server without, and then I have to add it back manually. So let me just finish the work. So it's when it's been changed. So here, if so, this state gets replaced by get state admin. If that's truthy, and then for the action, I need to destructure that into configuration and next configuration. And if the next configuration is falsy, that means we're finished reconfiguring and we are in the process of upgrading a server. Then, well, let's actually just record that. So const server being upgraded is that. If it's truthy, I don't need that. Okay, so we're gonna do two things. I need to dispatch that it's null now. So bookmark that. It was up here. This one. Guess I didn't need that bookmark after all. Dispatch that is null, right? And then add it back in. So that is add server. Where's add server? Add server. New server is the key. Right, so dispatch actions add server. Server is a server being upgraded. There we go. All right. No better time than the present to test it. YOLO. Okay, got a compiler error. Duplicate declaration. 135. Oh, so let's call this one old configuration. Oh, wait a minute, no. I don't need to do get state. It's in the action, so I can just do that, but I need to give this a different name. So what am I gonna call it? Server config? Call it server config. Because this is the entire game configuration. And actually, no, this is the entire game configuration. This is the configuration reducer. That's the game configuration, actually. Let's call it what it is, game config. And from the game config, we get the list of servers and a yada yada. Okay. Use ~0 to set all flags in a bit mask. Yeah, that's one way to do it. That is the bitwise in not of all zeros would be all ones. Yep. Looks like a Nui beat me to it, though. All right. Let's give it a try. YOLO. If I do this right, it'll take 10, remove it from the cluster, and add it back in with version 1. So there, it removed it. Gonna add it back in? Maybe not. It's gone. Server 10 is gone! Alright. There's remove. There's reflect that it's being upgraded. Remove. Change configuration. Send to game. Receive message. Reflect server configuration. So there is a next there. Next. Next. Okay, so there's the one where there is no next. So that should have triggered a dispatch of if I did it right. That should have triggered this dispatch, server being upgraded to back to null again. But I don't see that, so I think it failed. What's the state look like at that point? It's not null, so it's truthy. And then next configuration was falsy, right? Because the action only has configuration in it. So it should have gone into here. Oh, I forgot to hit save. Oops. Save. Okay, so I'm gonna have to manually re-add that server back. Right now we're running on minimum servers. Oh, and it's gonna have a trouble reconnecting too, because it's not, 1 out of 3 chance it'll connect to the wrong server. There we go. So we can add it back. No, all is not lost. We can add you back. We can add you back better, stronger, faster. 6, 8. There we go. Come back, 10. Yay! You're back. Okay. Now let's try it one more time. If I did this right. Run version 1, please. So it gets removed. And it should get added back in with version 1.0.0. Okay, don't do this to me. Oh, I have an error? Didn't work. Oh, it did. It just took a while. Oh no, I'm looking at, sorry, I'm looking at what it used to look like. Okay, there's the server being upgraded. So change server version, server 10 to 100. Reflector being upgraded, remove server 10. Change the configuration to remove the server. We get back that we're changing config from all 3 servers. Did we receive another one for M11? Interesting. And yeah, and then it got Right. So we're finished. So at this point, again, it should have done its thing and added it back. Why did it not do that? Server being upgraded. Next configuration is falsy, so why is it not adding it back in? Connect to wallet, why is it doing that? Oh, I think it actually does that first, right? No. Yeah, it should have gone through here. I guess we're going to be doing console messages. Yeah, because it's not doing its thing. Okay. So let's add it back in. Snapshot first. Add back 10. So it's back in. And hey, see you, Crumpet. I'm going to add some debugging messages. Find out what's going on here. Let's do if server being upgraded. Let's do a console log. Server is being upgraded. If not next configuration. No next configuration. Adding the server back in now. Okay, let's see what we actually see. I gotta go to console. Let's search for multiple exclamation marks, because that's the trick I did there, to see it. And then we're gonna go drag the drop down. Did that not work? Huh. Is it never getting there? Didn't miss it this time. Oh yeah, you didn't miss my stream this time. No indeed. Okay, this is really weird. Makes me want to put a breakpoint here. I mean, I guess it could be returning early, but that shouldn't happen. Oh, wait a minute, it will. That's game configured. I screwed this up. Yeah. I really screwed this up. What did this used to be? Right, it's get state. Yeah, okay. I host it. That's what happened. It's always going to return early. Okay. So what should it be then? This is true because the reducer stores it there. That is not true though. So I guess we're just keeping this line. Let me double check with the reducer. It's going to be the same thing. Reflect server. Oh, and this is in the wrong spot too. Alphabetically speaking. Hold on. Oh, it's configuration reducer. Yeah. Okay. Here it is. Oh, that does. Yeah. So the server's configuration is action configuration. Action configuration. So it's not server. That was also broken. So I don't actually need game config at all. I can just use configuration. I do want that because that's determined by the reducer. Yeah, okay. So yeah, this is gonna not work a few times. I should actually fix that. It should go to the screen even if it doesn't have anything connected, so that I can do stuff like this. Localhost 10, 80, 84, 81, 84. Send it. Recover server 10, please. There we go. Oh, that was happening in the other tool. I think I know why that is. So right now the workaround is I just relog. And it reconnects and finds it again. It's a race condition between the different servers telling me what they think is the configuration. To solve it, we need to look at the version number in the configuration. All right, anyway. Hopefully I fixed it. Let me clear this. Try again. Dang it. Huh. Oh, it did try to add the server back. It did try to do it. So what happened? Ooh, I've never seen that before. They get screwed up. That's interesting. Wonder if I screwed up the configuration. Oh yeah, 0. It got to be a 0. That's not a legal ID number. How did it get to be 0? It's 10, not 0. Huh. Okay, let's see what it looks like. I think it hosed it. Oh yeah, look, it's undefined. Alright. I messed up something in the ad server. Is this it? It's not server? Server being upgraded. Do I react to videos? No. Sorry. Let's see. I see the no next configuration. What troubles me is that I don't see this message. But it did do that, right? I don't see where it happened. It happened somewhere. Oh, here it is. Adding it back in now. Here's the ad server. Okay, it's valid there. So between there and here, it got screwed up because I think this one will show it has a undefined in it. Okay, see ya. All right. Why is it undefined? I bet server is the wrong keyword. I bet that's what I did wrong. Oh, that's the old one. Oh, it's a new server, not server. Yep, new server. There we go. Maybe TypeScript would have helped me there, huh? Is that something TypeScript would have helped me with? And of course, this is going to screw up for a little bit. Pick server not 10, please. Oh, wait a minute. The cluster's offline. And it's hosed, too. I need to repair it. It has a 0 ID in it. So I need to repair that. Hold on. That will be in this config file, right? There'll be a... Oh. It actually didn't do anything. So I restarted, it should be fine. Oh, wait a minute. No, there's still a 0 somewhere. Is that next? Yeah, so we need to just wipe this one out. Goodbye. Oh, did it infect their state as well? Probably. So, need to get rid of their next as well. Yeah, new config. A little bit of man behind the curtain stuff. Ignore the man behind the curtain. New config is gone. All right, that repair it? That it might be that if I force a snapshot, I can recover from this. So, snapshot, please. And then restart. All right, I think it recovered, so I can try a couple times. 2 out of 3 chance of making it, and then add back in server 10, and we'll have recovered. Okay. Now, try one more time. Switch to version 1.0. It removes it, and adds it back in, and then it removed it. But I think that's just a glitch. It's that same glitch. I should probably address that glitch next. Yeah, so it's there, and it's running version 1.0. Nice. Let me check this in, and then I'll address that glitch. Okay, that was a repair to the deploy tool. Moved where the staged package can be found. Well, let's check this in separately too. Move get server config has been moved from... Oh, Fletcher Codes. Thank you for the raid, Fletcher Codes. How was your raid? I mean, how was your stream? And how was the raid too? How was the experience of raiding me? How are you guys doing? I'm in the middle of a get check-in. And yeah. You missed some interesting things. I'm in the middle of a git commit, so let me get this commit squared away, and then well, hold on. I don't have to wait for this git commit. Show you what I'm doing. So I just got this working again, where I can add and remove servers to the game cluster. So I have a server cluster. Each server is running an independent copy of all the state. And what state will it be, you ask? Well, eventually it's going to be a game, an RPG multiplayer online. And you'll be able to see the game world here and interact with chat here. But right now, I'm just setting up the infrastructure. So it doesn't do much other than coordinate with the other servers, and I do record, we have player accounts and tickets in the game. That's about it. So today I was working on adding back in some controls here so I can remove and add servers in the cluster and change what versions of the server code are running and that kind of thing. Your rating experience is a 7 out of 10. Honest, yes. So here, for example, if I add, and pardon the bad style, but I haven't done much on the CSS front here yet, but excusing the bad overflow here, I can fill out this little form, hit add, and the server cluster will go and create another server and add it to the mix there. Takes a little bit of time to get started, but it eventually catches up. The servers aren't running unoptimized build. You're making a bot to help test message parsing. Oh, nice. Cool. Exploring worker pools to speed up message parsing. Oh, that's awesome. Fun stuff. So yeah, I can add now servers to the cluster, and if I want to, I can say, well, I want that to be running version 1.0.0. It'll remove it from the cluster, and then re-add it back with version 1.0.0. And if I'm done with it, I can retire the server. So it's a little bit slow because it's a debug build. In the production, it should be really quick, and I'll basically cycle through all the servers in the cluster whenever I want to update the code. And then we do it one server at a time while one server is being cycled out and replaced. It's kind of like a RAID array of hard drives, right? The whole thing is live and active and being used. As long as you only swap out one thing at a time and swap in its replacement, the clients don't really observe any downtime. There's maybe a little bit of a lag, but only temporarily. You are going to inevitably kill your PC by challenging your worker pools to a war? I see. So yeah, I just got this back up and running. Style is pretty bad, but I don't feel like doing CSS today. And fun stuff. Ran into some bugs. There's a bug right now where sometimes a new server doesn't pop back in, and that is because there is a version number in the configuration itself, and I'm not checking that. So I need to do that next. So I was in the middle of the commit for implementing this the logic behind this drop-down selection here. Oh yeah, it's exactly what it's for. We hot patch the game one server at a time. So like, for example, let's say the default was 0.9. So we'll be in a temporary state during the transition where some servers will have the new code and other servers will have the old code. As long as I try to keep things forward compatible from one version to the next, it shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, as soon as clients move on to the new server, then they'll see that whatever new capability or whatever bug fixes are on the new code. I'm trying to do it in a way that you can be playing the game and there's zero downtime. Whenever I need to patch the game, it's always going to be a hot patch by rotating servers through the cluster. So yeah, each server is essentially a standalone copy of the game, including all of the data. So if I were to show you on the file system, here they are. So there are directories for 10, 11, 12, and 13, because I was running 13 earlier. And each one's got a copy of all of the game state. In fact, there's a lot of backup copies of the game state. There's the program itself. There are all of the keys that it might need, certificates that it might need, asset files, and then the latest game journal. And all of this is using the Raft consensus algorithm that I implemented back in January. Can you force users to a new server? I will do that, but right now it's kind of a hard handoff. So if you happen to be connected to the server that gets upgraded, you'll get disconnected and then your client will just try to reconnect to one of the other servers right now. But yeah, I will probably, to make it smooth, I'll have a soft handoff of some kind where when we're removing a server, whether to take it out permanently or to change its version, before it goes offline, we'll have it tell all of its clients to go talk to some of the other servers. And then only when it has no more clients, then it can take itself out of the cluster and all that. So yeah, that's more of a refinement. I'm not going to do that right away. I'll do that eventually. But yeah, that's the plan. Let me finish this check-in. I was moving this code get server config to a common utilities. So is that where I removed it from? No, that's where I needed it somewhere else. So it's somewhere else. Ah, here it is. That one. So this commit is player console move game server config to utilities. Oops, I hit the wrong button. I hit push. Okay, and then this is the version upgrade mechanism, which is essentially reflect that we're upgrading it, remove it, and then later we see if we're upgrading, we turn off that we're upgrading and then add it back in. And I can remove this debugging now, actually. One of the reasons why I review my commits is for that reason, that I don't need these debugging anymore now that it works. So yeah. I think that's all the changes I need, right? Oh, and we're storing the next. We need to know that if we're in the middle of a transition. We don't, if we're in the middle of a transition, we wait until it's done before we do the next step. That's important. And then we're recording the versions that are available. Yeah, okay. Console, add versions and version update system. Okay. What was next? Oh, Orchestrator commands. Yeah. So yeah, all this week I've been transitioning stuff out of this old spaghetti code app into the flashy new dark mode app. And one of the features in here is showing what versions are available and removing versions and shutting down the orchestrator, which I'll do if it starts to malfunction. I don't have a restart orchestrator yet, but I have a shutdown. I think I'm going to add that next. Where to add that, though? I'm thinking a different panel. So leave cluster status the way it is, and then have another panel for version management. Although this panel has a version management built into it, though. I'm worried about running out of vertical space here, is all. Yeah, let's make another panel, which means I need to make another little button. Means I'm going to run asprite. Some more Raimu art. All right, let's make an icon. What do I want to make it look like? What's an icon that represents version information? How about just something simple like, let's do a freeform drawing here. Like 1 goes, oops. To 2. The bulb instantly died. That's actually what happens to me a lot. It's the stress put on the filament right when the electric current goes through it. It will burn up instantaneously. So most often when bulbs die, it's when they're switched, either on or off, right? Restart would be a little hard, wouldn't it? Nothing running on the server to handle the restart. Oh, do you mean for the orchestrator or for the cluster? So if an individual server dies, the orchestrator brings it up. If the orchestrator goes down, I have to log into the computer EC2 instance or whatever and restart it, unless the OS is set up to restart it automatically. If the entire cluster goes down, the orchestrator will still bring it up. If it gets into a death cycle, though, yeah, I'd have to log in and restart it manually. Yeah, I'm trying to use Semver. I'm going to be using Semver for my stuff. Oh, Google image search. That's not a bad idea. How about a Bing image search? Version info icon. Oh, this can become a sort of a minefield, right? What if I want just version icon? There's no to me. There's no intuitive icon for versioning or version. V in a circle. I think that's what they're getting at here. Maybe, or this. Yeah, with like a clock over a document. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too attached to any one thing. I just want something. So I'm going to go with the Raimu art because it's just fun. Let's export. No, let's save this. Versions. Not in public, though. In assets. And then... Oh, you like that? You found one? You guys have different ones. So this one is one recommended by Codephobia. And this one's Clayman's. Yeah, they're similar to the two documents with the clock on it, right? Let me mark those for consideration. Let me consider it later, but right now I'm having too much fun with my Raimu art. Export to public versions. All right. And actually, what does that show in my Discord right now? Okay, so it fixed it. It was throwing some people off yesterday that I would do Asprite, and it would say I'm playing Asprite when I'm really streaming. So I had turned off the showing what game I'm playing because I couldn't figure out how to make Asprite not show up as a game. Oh, you found another one. Oh, that's like the branch, like merging branches symbol, right? That's a good one. Three pieces of paper and a triangle with a circular set of arrows. Interesting. You guys are a lot more artistic than I am. I'm gonna have fun with my Raimu art for now. And this is going to be a new panel. So in the playing activity, I keep meaning to go back here, and I think I can remove the props from all these because I don't think any of them actually need it. So it's going to be versions instead of tickets. Whoops. Another one? Oh, that's GitHub's icons. Huh. Useful icon ideas. Yeah, we don't have a Raimu art, but we'll have to settle for Atom art in the meantime. All right, versions is the versions panel. And it's an admin only thing, right? So we'll stick it in with the admin stuff. Actually, let's put it before, it didn't matter what I just did. Versions. Okay, that means I need to actually make a versions panel. Let me copy the cluster panel. By the way, would anyone else be willing to be a moderator on my channel so I don't have to deal with people like I did a little bit ago? Directly? Let's see. Oh, yeah, this is not really the right one I want to copy. How about... You don't mind? Oh, what happened? It's just a distraction. And there was no one else to do it, so I said goodbye, and he left. Congratulations, bug found. Wield your banhammer with the utmost respect for humanity. Are you in my Discord too? I think you are. Maybe not. Oh yeah, you are. Okay. So bug found, I'm promoting you there too. So there's a hidden channel I'd like you to take a look at there. And check out the sticky note there. You have a chance. I know, I'm sorry. Not that we have to do it, but every once in a while I get someone in here who we have to show the door to, right? I do have a Discord server. You didn't know that, Clayman? It's not as popular as other ones, but you know, it's there. It's just that I still haven't grown that thick skin yet, and so I could use a helping hand every once in a while to deal with that sort of thing. Oh well, it's kind of like Adam's Discord. It's if it's there if you want to chat or if you have a coding question. So, oh, thank you for your support, Mr. Love Pickle. I like that overlay that I made from the game East. Thanks for the sub, Mr. Love Pickle. That cheered me up a lot. Thank you. Yeah, 99%. Every streamer has their own Discord, so it's like everyone's doing it. I might as well have one. But it's a nice place to put to coordinate for moderators at least, right? So that's why I mentioned it. All right. This is the versions panel. Yeah. There's a lot of overlap between communities though, and you know one thing that's always in the back of my head is like why burden everyone by making them join yet another Discord server when there are so many of them out there? So I tend to hang out in Adam's Discord and chat there simply because the community is bigger, and I'm like I don't want to burden everyone to like check both. But I have to have some place for you know, for example, my own mods to write down stuff that happens. So what about Matrix? I don't know about Matrix. You changed the bulb, used a lower bright one more of a warm color. Oh, that's good. So that's like an upgrade. Okay. Still collecting my thoughts here. What does the version panel in the old tool have? Shut down Orchestrator and remove version. Okay, let's add this. Let's add props for those. Shut down Orchestrator. And then another one for remove version. Or remove server version, really. And that will have version in it. That's true, Codephobia. So it's there. There's not a whole lot of discussion there yet, but then again, it's new. I'm hoping that once I get something more than that blank box you saw for where the game is supposed to be, when there is a game, that we'll start to grow a community based off of the game, because I really do want to try to integrate tightly the channel with the game. So, we'll see. Cool. That's good. I don't think I actually have any state. Oh no, I do. I have versions. That comes from state admin versions. Okay. Versions plural. Okay, so we have those three props. RS. Don't know why I'm so distracted right now. I think what I want to do is just take the old code, the old JSX I had for versions and port it over right now. That'll help me get oriented. Where am I? Oh, I'm somewhere in the middle of the old app. I think it was tagged onto cluster status, right? Render versions, there it is. Aha, here we go. This is what I want. I want that. I want exactly that. So let's just paste that there. All right. Okay, this actually moves out of the return. That return is redundant. Okay. Entries. Oh, right, to get the host name and version. Got it. Okay. So this is just that. Oh, there's a host name involved. Okay, I forgot about that. We could have multiple orchestrators. Okay, shut down orchestrator, and then host versions map. And then this becomes on remove version. Version. I don't like it when I have duplicate names, though. That should be like version info or something. Version record or packet. How about package? Should we, names are hard. Maybe I'll just keep it the way it is for now. Remove server version. There we go. And then there's a this state. I saw that. That's versions. Any more thises? No. So I need to add it to the index. I forgot to do that. Okay. Compiler warnings, errors, failed to compile class names. Okay. That I can fix. Class names. Versions panel is not defined in playing activity because it's not imported. Duplicate declaration. Indeed. Okay, really this is versions list, isn't it? Okay. Okay, well, it's hard to see, but there's the Raimu art, 1 to 2. Okay, let's make these buttons work. That will probably crash if I click it, because there is no function called remove server version. Fair enough. Move server version. It's on point. Well, thank you. The point of it was to have something quick and dirty. It's pretty quick, and it was pretty dirty. Shut down Orchestrator. Shut down. Shut down Orchestrator. Actually, since my mind is kind of preoccupied with this, we were mentioning the Discord earlier. Anyone who's in the Discord, I should probably put a poll up. start doing polls, because one thing I'm really interested to know, now that I've been streaming for a while and people are coming in here more regularly, I kind of want to know what, if you guys have any feedback, if there's anything you like, dislike, would prefer that I do, prefer that I do not. Oh, thank you for the sub, Colin Stevens. For the 2 months. Thank you for your support. Yeah, so one of the reasons I stream is I hope to get feedback, and I do get a lot of help from you guys. That's definitely true. If there's anything you ever feel that I do well or do not do well or would like me to do or not do, I'm very open to hearing about it. For one thing, I want to be able to receive any kind of feedback, so even if it's critical, I want to grow a thick skin anyway, so, have at it. But the other thing is, if there are things that multiple people would like and I just haven't realized it, it would be good for me to hear it, so then I can actually say, oh, they want to see that? Okay, I'll do more of that. So you guys let me know, either in the Discord or you can even put it in chat. And I will be very gracious, or not gracious, I'll be very happy to hear from you. Occasional Jester hat streams. I do have this hat up here. Would you like to see what this hat looks like? Do more CSS? I should have like, okay, it's not a Jester hat. Okay, don't laugh at me. All right. I have this hat. What do you think? It's my Indiana Jones hat. Oh yeah. Give me that unique look, maybe. I should reserve that for like 1 day a week. I did not play Fate of Atlantis. Is that a good game? How can you unsubscribe? Roasting me now. Okay, remove server version is hard. Actually, no, these are both just simple messages to the server, aren't they? So let's see what they looked like. Remove server version was just that. Okay, that's super simple. We can do that in the admin middleware. Remove server version. Okay. And then it was version. I don't need a get state. This is a simple dispatch message, isn't it? It can go to any server, right? Yeah, any socket. Okay, so I had, if I just dispatch without an ID, it does that. So let's do that. So dispatch no ID, and we say remove version. And then we're done. An Indiana Jones LucasArts piece. Oh. Okay, so it's one of those old games. I must have missed it at the time. Do you ever watch your own VODs? I used to when I first started streaming, and I started to... Actually didn't start to. I once again realized that I slur my words and talk too quickly sometimes. And then when I think about that, I force myself to slow down a little bit. But I also think I'm heavily biased, so I don't really trust my own impressions on watching myself, you know? I like to hear honest feedback from other people, especially when they have different backgrounds and different perspectives. Lately, when I watch my VODs, I'm okay and comfortable with how I look and sound, so I'm just hoping to hear back, like, what am I not doing that I just don't know about? Or what am I doing unconsciously or subconsciously or whatever that I'm not really aware of, that it would be good to know about. Okay, shutdown orchestrator needs to be defined. Oh no, I did add that, didn't I? I can't remember. I did. And that's, again, here. Yes. What if I could reduce the spoilerplate even more by only mentioning this and leaving that off and have the table constructed on the fly somehow? You were genuinely impressed by the hat? I used to, in the last year or two working at Qualcomm, I would wear that hat every day to work because when I would go on walks, I hated that the sun would be in my eyes, and that hat was really good keeping the sun out of my eyes, and it kind of grew on me. I think the quality and pacing of the stream is very similar to John Blow, but slower than KC because he goes pretty fast. What about not going outside? That's what I've been doing lately. Okay, shut down Orchestrator. So is that a good or a bad thing, Colin? Does that mean I'm on par? I have only watched John Blow a few times, and I don't know. I haven't watched the stream enough to really get a sense for how it goes with him. Oh, nice. Having a Cubra from when you did yard work in Australia. Is that one of those cool looking hats that I wish I had? Oh, Casey Muratori. I don't know Casey Muratori. I should check out Casey Muratori. Check out at some point Casey Muratori. Look at this hat. Oh, that's kind of what I have, right? That kind of looks like my hat. Only it's got the, yeah, it's got some differences. I like that kind of hat. Thus, the one I have. Alright, shut down Orchestrator. I just need dispatch for this. It's going to... Oh no, I'll also need the action. This has the host name in it, right? Host name. Okay. Alright. I should have done these earlier because they're probably ridiculously simple. Yeah. Okay, it's super simple. Host is host name. Actually, I can just copy that line there. Paste it here. Alright, let's try it out. Oh, I've been considering making the admin key stored in local storage because I'm already giving it to JavaScript anyway, so the cat's out of the bag, so to speak. Okay, let's see what happens if I hit that button. If I hit that button and it works, we'll see it as this returning to the command line. Do it. Oh, look at that. It returned to the command line. So the orchestrator exits cleanly, and the servers remain running. And I can restart the orchestrator, and it will pick up the orphaned processes automatically. So that's a mechanism I'll only use very infrequently whenever I need to manually update the orchestrator. I shut it down, then log into the server, replace its exe and restart it. And as long as the cluster doesn't need the orchestrator in the meantime, it should work. And then, okay, let's not remove 1.0 because it's being... I thought it was being used. How did that go back to default? Did I miss something? Did it crash? And then get removed? Successfully installed package 1.0.0. So why did it go back to the default? Oh, I wonder if that's a bug. It doesn't know which version it launched, so it just assumes it's default. I think that's a bug. I think it is running 1.0.0, with just the orchestrator doesn't know it. That we would be able to tell by looking at the Redux store and looking at configuration, though, right? It should be in here. Well, either here or the other place. Oh, no, that's blank. How did that happen? And what does the admin versions show? It's all blank. Interesting. I must have missed it. At some point it got reverted. Let me look really carefully again. Okay, it's using 100. And that's process 2640. What's the current process ID? If it's 2640, then it really is run 00. Oh, yeah. So it's a bug in that it didn't persist somehow. So bug in version tracking. When Orchestrator was restarted after updating a server's version, the server's version appears to revert back to default, even though that server is still running. Okay. I need to take a quick break to use the restroom. I'll be right back. What? There a follow while I was gone? Thank you for the follow, Blooper. That's an interesting name. Okay. That bug. Do I want to look into it or not? Let's see if I can repeat it. I did want to test that removing a version, though. That button, but I don't want to remove one that's actually being run right now. So I'm going to use my nifty tool here. Let's actually make a package again. That's W package, right? That makes a package, and then I can run that to re-up. Let's make a patch version. So that should actually automatically pop up there. Now let's remove it and see what happens. Hey, look, it just works. Let's add it back. Let's retest that other bug. Actually, let's first check this in. I get into this bad habit of like moving on to the next thing without first checking in a commit into Git. So I added removing the server. I added the version panel with removing versions and shutting down the orchestrator. Player console, add versions panel. Yeah, what sucks is when you go to make the commit and then you have to detangle two concerns. Like you did task A and then you did task B, and now you have AB in your commit, and you're like, okay, let's the A stuff separate from the B stuff. Better to check in A, then start working on B. Doesn't always happen though. You know, you'd think that after 170 streams, I would get more comfortable doing this, but just some days I just don't feel like I'm comfortable. All right, we're gonna test this problem I saw. It's really disruptive to do it to the leader. So let's do it to a follower, and let's not do it to 10 because I like 10. 10's my buddy. Let's do it to server 12. You know, we don't give a much of a care for server 12, do we? So snapshot everything, and then I'm gonna say server 12. I want you to run 100. So it'll remove it from the cluster and add it back. It will add it back, right? Uh-oh. Is it just slow? Did I break it again? Yeah, that's true. You couldn't put it into a new branch. What bot? Oh. My bot, I don't have a real bot that responds to chat yet, except for unless you count MathBot. But you're thinking of what Adam's bot does, right? In response to that. Okay, something's broken because it didn't add 12 back into the mix. It's stuck, I think. But okay, let me look at the current state and see what is it up to. Oh, it's that other glitch. It added 10 back in, but it's not showing it here. Right? If I look under configuration server, it'll be just 2 things. Yeah, okay. And let me verify that. If I look at the actions here. Yeah, it received an old configuration message from 10 that had only 2 things in it, right? Yeah, okay. So that's the other glitch. I need to fix that because it's troublesome. And the way we fix that right now is I reload. And it should be up there. Oh wait a minute, no, it was 12. 12 is gone. What happened to 12? It just never added it back. Okay, I lost the state. Oh well, we'll have to try again. Bug found bot is working as intended. At some point, I want to get my game platform running, but I do need to do more work on my own bot because right now it only asks math questions. I wanted to do more with my channel. You guys are reminding me of that. Okay, let's add it back manually because it's hosed right now. 8. I think that's what it was. Okay, let's snapshot and then ask it to go to 100. That time it worked. Weird. No, bug found finds bugs. He doesn't have bugs. He finds them. Finds them and he squishes them, I'm sure. All right. So let me recreate the bug where I think it's if I stop the orchestrator. Actually, first let me verify the configuration actually has the version information in it. That would be in the stage here, config. It does. So there it is. Now, what might it be? Let me stop the whole cluster and start it again, and it should launch 100. It does. You can see it there. See it? It's scrolling. It was there. Here it is. It started 100. It's still running 100. Okay. So it might be that when I hit shut down Orchestrator and then started it again, and it might not know what version. Yeah, and then did it update its own config file to say so? Yeah. So the bug is when you pick up an orphaned server, it blanks the version number out. I wonder if the servers know that. Servers don't know it either. Did that change? I should have checked it. Okay, let's put it back to 100, so it removes it and then adds it back. It didn't add it back. Why not? Why is it sometimes adding it and sometimes not? Add server 12, right? Send to game. Configuration change. Okay, what the heck is going on? What, it never sent it? Oh, thank you for the bits. Lead purple, huh? Thank you, Codephobia. So kind. That not only deserves a PogChamp, that deserves an Adam C. Eunice PogChamp. Or maybe a YGT Ski Dog PogChamp. Or how about all of them? Okay, so it removed server 12, but it never actually added it back. I'm wondering why. Oh, I think I might know why. I think this didn't go anywhere. Yeah, it meant to send it to the game, but it failed to send it. Oh, I bet it's because the server's been removed. Yeah, it would have dropped... Yeah, that would have dropped server 12. It should have disconnected the socket, but maybe it didn't. It didn't. Oh no, it did. It's disconnected. But what point did it get disconnected? Oh, it got disconnected, but it's still in the list, and it's being picked, and it's, null, probably. So what... If that was the original connection, that would explain a lot. How would I know? By the timestamp, maybe? No, this is the original one. This one is which one? 10. It's probably long gone from the Redux log. Oh, but it'd probably be in the console. I scroll to the very top. Initial load, who is it connecting to first? Connect to initial server. Yeah, 8084. Okay. Let me make sure it only did that once. Yeah, okay. There's a lot of debug stuff now. Yeah, it should, shouldn't it? So I've just gotten used to knowing that I have to go to the timing and I see if it's finished or not. Or another way is to if you see the bar terminate, or if you still see it say pending. Actually, yeah, you can't look at the bar. You have to look at the time. If it says pending, it's still open. Actually, I guess it's a combination of finished and pending, because these are closed, right? Does this mean I reloaded at one point? I think so. Anyway, console. Oh, is that the... This might be the clue. Thanks for the follow, iChase. What was it sending to the game here? Change configuration to add the server back in, but it's probably going to the wrong socket, right? Oh, it. What I'm looking at is not a networking thing. It's a sequence thing, and it's a problem of my own devising. If you want to understand networking, you just study one connection at a time. Just do one connection. Don't do what I'm doing and have like three different connections, and then you close one because you removed that from the list, and then you have to add it back. It's learn networking first, then try to do a problem like this. Definitely. I think it has to do with I'm closing the socket and then I'm trying to use it to send this message, right, that I have highlighted here. So it's like, I'm going to send the message now. Oh, the socket's closed. I guess I won't send it. Because it removed it right after that. Where does that removing server happen? Right, on reflect server configuration, which was up here. I think it's because of the fact that multiple middlewares are dealing with it. So what's the order of my middleware? Admin's last, so it would have hit game connection first, which forwards it, doesn't it? So it'll actually do it in a reverse order. It'll log it, then go to the admin middleware. And that server being upgraded. Right. So it does that, it does that, does that. Is this, oh, is it the send to game? Is it that it's asynchronous? That might be why this is happening. Let me see. Right, add server calls change configuration, right? Change configuration, which does a send to game. And then, oh, because the send to game is asynchronous, right? That might be why. Send to game. It will use the default socket. But at some point it's going to close that socket. This is message it received back. Okay, receive something from server 11 soon after. I think that is the thing though. If this is null, then it won't send it to anything. Right, so it makes sense that if the selected socket is null, we should try to find one that's not null. Okay, let's see if I can fix it that way. So if not selected socket, then selected socket equals sockets IDs. How do we do this? They're both maps, right? Does the map have a function I can use? You use keys or values. Let's do IDs by socket. Keys. Find. Socket. Socket. Socket, socket. And let me make sure that that's what's happening here by when we get to this point, we'll say, let's do ID, const ID. Well, I can build it into this, right? I can say selected socket was null, falling back to server. Actually, it depends if ID is true. We'll say default socket selected server something instead. How does this work? It's $sign in front. Yeah, and then it will be IDs by socket. Get selected socket instead. All right, and then repeat this and say socket to ID was null, selected server instead. All right, I want to see that message. And that's only if I actually get one, right? So only if selected socket. This is all just temporary debugging. Do you use socket.io? No, what I use is just a built-in WebSocket. So that is here. WebSocket. So if we look up, can I use WebSocket? You can see where it's available pretty much everywhere except for Opera Mini. So I think it's even IE11 has it. So support is pretty good these days. I don't need binary data, so I don't care about whatever that note was. Oh, older versions of Safari and Chrome and Firefox. So yeah, I'm using something I think is pretty well supported. It's just a built-in WebSocket. Oh yeah, the string interpolation. Yeah, it is a little slightly different, isn't it? I think Pixie.js. Oh, I don't know about version 2. I know both Pixie and Phaser use WebGL. I don't know about what version though. I wanted to have an else for this, didn't I? Actually, it's the same kind of thing. Was null. And this should be a warning. No socket available. Or no other socket available. How come I can't? Okay, that was weird. I couldn't. Home key wasn't working, or yeah. Okay. Maybe this will fix the problem I had with this thing. Maybe not. We'll find out. IDs by socket is not defined. Really? Oh, yeah. It's not available. Now it is. Okay, that's because of another problem. It has to actually make the first connection successfully. And it's not because it's picking the server that's not in the cluster anymore. A 2 in 3 chance of succeeding, and it took me 3 times. Okay, adding back 12. Actually, I can put the version number in here directly, right? Yay. Okay. And the problem was flipping back and forth between versions, right? Oh, I still haven't fixed that stupid bug. Yeah, that happens. That actually happens a lot. So I'll do that one next. Okay, I think I fixed the problem. The only way we'll actually know for sure is if I see those when something goes wrong. So I'll look. I'll keep that in the code for now. I will check it in. Okay, so this is player console. I'll fall back to alternate socket. Well, this is okay. This is going to take longer to write. Fall back to alternate socket if the one initially selected for sending a message. Actually, now that I think about it, it's not. If an ID is picked, we don't want it to do that. Yeah. If it wants to go to a specific server, then we should do this. We should warn socket unavailable, and then just return. Otherwise, we do this. Default socket null selected server, or there's none available. All right, that's what we're gonna say. Fall back to alternate socket if the one if the default one is initially selected, but it's closed. When sending a message to the game, fall back to alternate socket if the default one is initially selected, but it's closed. How did that work before? Actually, that should have worked before because we select one. So maybe I really didn't fix the bug. Yeah, what am I doing? That didn't fix anything. This code was already here. I don't think it would have worked anyway because that's an iterator, not an array. Yeah, I didn't fix anything. I'm not going to check this in. This should catch it and it should have sent it. So I'm going to keep the debug in there and see what happened. How to do this correctly. Yeah, we'll just do this one. Actually, let's just fold it in here. I really just want to see that, right? This here. Is there anything else I want to see while I'm looking at this? Maybe let's, while we're at it, dump these things. Because we can. And while I'm at it, when it gets closed, let me... I already have a log for that. Okay. When we close it, where is that done? That's... close. Oh, I already have a log for that. Okay. I guess I'll just see if I can recreate the bug. Clear. Oh, did I just recreate it now? I think it did. But it didn't print any warning. So why is that? Oh, maybe it was sending it and then it got removed. So the send was in progress and then it just got shut. So I would be able to see that, wouldn't I? I looked at network and I looked at 12 and I looked at messages. Yeah, there it is. This first one was to add, to remove it, right? And the second one was to add it back, but it went to the server that it told to remove. Okay, if that's true, I think I know what, it's a race. It's a race condition then. It had thought that it was going, it was sending it to the, sending the message to the server that it was in the process of closing a connection to. Yeah, okay. So I need to have the middlewares have to be in a certain order then. Or I have to have two different actions. Because I have two middlewares handling reflect server configuration. There's game connection and admin. Reflect server. So admin is the one that dispatches the adding the server back. Game connection is the one that is closing the socket that got removed. And I think this one's happening first, and it sends that command, and then immediately it goes and closes it before it actually got sent. Doesn't matter anyway. If it shouldn't try to send to that server, because that server is removed from the cluster. So how do I make sure that we don't send to a server that we're removing? I think I need to maintain another list. Servers that are in the current configuration, right? And that should be a criteria of picking a socket here. We should only pick one that's in the current configuration. Yeah, so this is a little bit more exotic then. So it can't just be any socket. It's got to be a socket. So right now it just does that. It has to be a socket that not only is truthy, but is for a server that's still in our configuration. What am I working on? I'm working on the controls for a game that I'm going to be writing. Don't have the game written yet, but I'm setting up the platform for it. And right now I'm working on the ability to add and remove game servers to the cluster. Hey, said who? Thanks for the sub, said who. You're back. How have you been? Indeed. The wave. I haven't seen you in a while. I've seen you in a few other streams, but how's it going? Yeah, so I'm going to be making a multiplayer game. So the game you'll be able to play from the browser, but it actually is running on the server somewhere, and it's not just one but many servers. And I've been working on the controls to command the server cluster to add and remove members. And there's a race condition right now where it'll remove a server and not add it back, and I have to add it back manually, which I can still do. I can do that right now. Add server 12 back manually. So that'll go tell the cluster to add that server back, and after a while it catches up and adds it. And there's that little glitch that's next on my list to fix. Right now, I just have to refresh this panel and see that it's really there. So each of these is a separate program running the exact same game with the same data, and they talk to each other to stay coordinated. So one of the servers, this one marked with the L, is the leader of the cluster, and the leader is picked at random. And the 68 that's a count of the number of times the cluster has had a change of leadership. And I've been running a lot since I started this cluster, so it's gone 68 times. So yeah, I'm working on those controls today. Earlier this week, I added other controls like looking at the players in the game and controls to ban, delete, download their info. There's a ticketing system built into the game. And actually, why are both of these masked? I don't know. Neither one should be masked. And we should sort these by last login, shouldn't we? But yeah, I'm building up the admin controls first before I launch the game and start developing it. So that's what I'm doing, New Boston. Breaking your head on the math library. Yeah, if you guys want to see math visually, check out Sedhu's stream sometime. He does a lot of math stuff in shaders. So GPU, graphics processing. So visualizing math in terms of making nice pictures. Hey, Cthulhu. How are you doing? All right, so yeah, the bug I'm running into now is that if I swap the version number of a server, it removes a server and then adds it back in. And the bug is right now it's telling the server that it had just removed to add itself back in. Server that's been removed can't do that, so we have to pick not just a socket that's open, but a socket that's for a server that isn't being removed. So that's what I'm going to do now. I'm doing so-so. I had to ban someone today, so that always disrupts me. But I promoted someone to a mod to help me out with that next time. So, good and bad stuff today. Had some bugs, fixed some bugs. Alright, so not only does it need to be a socket, but the socket has to be truthy, and it has to be in our configuration set. So how do I get that? I need to get our configuration set. This. I need this stuff. Right, this stuff. So let's just drop that junk in here. Configuration is get state configuration server our realm. We don't need this stuff. If there's no realm configured, then we're screwed. So what do I put here? Good question. I think we just don't do anything. So yeah, only if we have a realm configured can we continue. We get the server configurations. Then we pick a socket. Okay, this part goes down into here. The default socket will be find one that's open and it's true that some configuration has the corresponding ID number. That's what I'll do. So server is equal to sockets, or yeah. It'll be sockets by ID. IDs by socket, right? Get socket. Ugly. That's ugly. Okay, see you, Cthulhu. Yeah, the thing said too is I haven't had to ban anyone in a long, long time. Yeah, and so I've gotten soft. If I had to ban someone like every hour or something like that, I'd just be like ban him, and I'd get used to it. So it's when I get on a roll and suddenly I get disrupted that it's a problem. I need to. I'm going to put this on its own line. There we go. Let me see if I can read this. If there's no default socket, get our server configuration, find what realm we're in. If we're in a realm, then get the servers in that configuration, and then pick a default socket, starting with the keys in IDs by socket, so all the sockets we have open. Find a socket where the socket is truthy. Actually, that'll always be true, won't it? I don't even need that part. I can just have this one. Return a socket where the configuration has a server with that socket's ID. This is what that's saying. All right, let's try it. Failed to compile because server configs is not defined. That should be const. All right. But hopefully I didn't completely break anything. So now I should be able to change server versions without running into that problem anymore. I don't think it worked. Oh, no, it did. It's just slow. And that's that other bug again. It slows down as we get more things in the journals. So if I... Oh, what's going on here? Server 12 doesn't want to start? It's in an indeterminate state. Okay, let's snapshot everything. And... yeah, that was weird. Snapshotted everything so it's clean. I should be able to swap back and forth these versions. I'm just going to snapshot between every transition. Oh. That's interesting. It's some kind of race. Oh, okay. Yeah, how exactly did that happen? We're asking... Okay, hit the snapshot button when it was closing. Oh, it hadn't yet connected to the socket. Oh, interesting. So if I try to use the socket before it's fully connected, then I'll get that. So that's... Let me deal with that later. So, a socket that hasn't yet fully connected can't be used without causing a crash. I can avoid that just by being more patient for now. Okay, let me fix the configuration bug. See if I can reproduce it. That's where this comes back up and then it vanishes. It's not vanishing right now, but I believe that is when these reflect server configurations come in, and if it's an old configuration, which we can tell by looking at in the realms, there is a log index. So if that jumps back, we should ignore it. Simple enough. Well, said who, if you never want to ban anyone, that means you can't be a mod, because that's one of the responsibilities moderators have. They have to be able to ban people. Willing and able. Alright, the configuration thing. So, that we can put in here, right? We should only reflect it if it's new. So let's have some logic here. Const current config version. Well, hold on. If we don't have a configuration at all, then what do we do? What's the default? The default is there is no configuration. So the reducer sets that, right? Yes. Okay, so I can tell if there's one set or not. I feel like I want to make this another function, so... Hey, Simuleos. Thank you for the raid. And Siri responded to me saying, hey, Simuleos. I guess it sounds similar to Hey, Siri. And no, not you, Siri. How was your raid? I'm doing so-so. I'm having, little steps towards making my game run. And crashes like that. And we had a troll today. So it was an interesting day. How was your stream? I'm right now working on making sure that the game, when the front end receives a configuration from the game, that it ignores it if it's old. So I need to look at the version number if I have one already. So I'm making a function here. Const is configuration newer equals configuration. And then I need access to the old configuration and the new, right? So let's say old config, new config. And then the first thing I want to do is if not old config realms, because that's what this reducer did. Where was that? Right. It could be null. So if it's null, then it's definitely newer, so return true. Otherwise, we're going to compare version numbers. Defend the channel from the raid. You're working on fractals? Hey, I have someone in my channel who loves fractals, and he will occasionally stream working with fractals in Shader Toy, and that's said who. And anyone who doesn't know Simuleos, Simuleos is an awesome streamer who does a lot of algorithm stuff. All sorts of different algorithms. Fractals being one kind of algorithm, I suppose. Would you say, Simuleos, that you're a caretaker of algorithms? Because you seem to do a pretty good job at it. One of the reasons you don't ban anyone except if they banned you is that you often get banned just for expressing your beliefs. Well, yeah, that's why a lot of Twitch channels tend to shy away from politics and religion, I think. So, the rules for my channel are really simple. You just don't violate terms of service, and one of those is harassment. So you start harassing me or another, or someone in chat, then you'll be banned. It's pretty simple. You know, the obvious. Don't be a dick. That kind of thing. Let's see. And most of the times people are really good. It's just we had someone in here today who basically said I was trash, so, or the channel was trash, or whatever it was. We have a bunch of algorithms on all different kinds. Obviously working on more. Yeah. Yeah, I need to grow a thicker skin. It disrupted me today. I was quick to drop the hammer, but then I lost my entire train of thought. Yeah, no problem. We all move on, right? Okay, so if a configuration is newer, if the old one didn't even have a realms array at all. If it does, then we're just going to compare versions numbers directly, right? So it'll be actually, let's just let's just pull directly from the configuration and just say if not realm. Otherwise, we're just going to assume it's in both. If... Actually, we can be careful here. We can say if realm or not old config realms realm. Or let's say the new config doesn't have it. Then use the new one. It's newer. Otherwise, well, we're going to return a direct comparison. So it'll be old config realms realm. I think it's directly in that array, or in that object. Config. Realms, realm, and then log index. That's what I want. Log index. The new one is greater than the old one. Okay, so then only if it's newer. And then this will leverage get state. Do we have get state? I do. That's configuration realm, right? Realm. And then the old config, get state configuration server. I'm going to need to put these on different lines. And then the new one is message.configuration. I'm going to go with that. Oh, that sucks, said who? Yeah, so, well, yeah. Drama, right? I try to avoid complicated drama like that. Yeah, well, there's a simple rule you can employ. You reserve the right to ban anyone for any reason. If they don't like it, then they can go watch someone else, right? Just try to stick to your own principles. If your principles are that that's the kind of thing you don't want to have in your channel, and you set down those rules so people understand it and they do it anyway, then it's you're perfectly within your principles to do it. So no need to be troubled by it, right? Okay, that was complicated. Let me see if I broke anything. I broke something. Get state is not a function. Online, it's not? Oh, wait. I screwed it up. On configuration. This needs get state. And get state is... Oh, it's not passed as an object, so I'd have to be really careful. Let's put get state at the end. Should probably refactor this stuff. Yeah, so it's ID and then get state, right? We don't use ID, but it's positional argument, so I need to have it that way until I refactor that. Okay, cool. So now let me test snapshot, and then we'll test changing the versions of servers. So to change the version of the server has to be taken out of the cluster because we're actually running a different program when we switch versions. So it takes it out of the cluster, which stops it. Then we reconfigure the cluster to use that new version number, and then we add it back in, and that starts it back up. So a lot kind of goes behind the scenes when we do it, whenever we switch versions like that. But so far, so good. You like how clear the error messages from web servers are? Sometimes they're clear, other times they're not. Okay, I'm actually feeling good about this. What was the other bug? The other bug was... I can't remember. Oh, I think it was that when the orchestrator is closed and then started, it wipes out the version numbers. And I wanted to make sure that that's actually happening for all the servers. Did they see the correct version number? So every server should know that server 12 is on 100. Let's see if that's the case. That's true. That's true. And 12 should know it's on what version it's on. Okay, and then what does the orchestrator say? It also sees 100. So the bug I'm seeing right now is when I tell the orchestrator to shut down, and then I start up the orchestrator again. It picks up the orphan processes and it scrolled a bunch, but it picked up the orphan processes, but it'll reset all the version numbers to blank. Like that. It shouldn't do that. Hey there, Case and Twitch. And thank you for the follow, Nubakalal? Oh yeah, having one monitor is tricky when you're streaming. I recommend 2 monitors just so that you don't accidentally show private info. Yeah, reset in PC, I have a point there. Like, rather than banning people, you could just time them out and say, you know, please don't disrupt me like that. Then they can come back later and maybe, you know, water under the bridge, right? Yes, hello. Okay. That's the bug we're talking about. Right, there's this one too, but I'm going to work around that for now. I can't help feeling like I'm missing some other bug that I was seeing. I fixed... Okay, maybe it's because I didn't check it in. That's why I'm feeling this way. I didn't check in this, what I believe is the fix. That, this shouldn't happen anymore. But in case it does, I want to see that... those console warnings. So let me say... add diagnostics for when a send to game fails because there is no socket available. Done and done. So it's just this hunk. Okay. This part here was making sure we pick a socket that is to a server that's still in our configuration. So that's player console again. Fix for a bug in selecting sockets. Now don't select any socket that... Don't select a socket to a server that is no longer in the cluster configuration. Because if we do and you send it to that server is going to be like, hey, I'm out of here. Oh, I checked in too much. Yeah, so amend and remove that one out. It was actually just this one I wanted. Commit that. And then this one was different. This one was... Right. This is the glitch for configuration. This one is don't accept a new configuration. Don't accept a configuration unless it's newer than the one we have. Fix a glitch in server configuration. Ignore server configuration if it's old. There we go. Git, garbage collect and push. How is the pace? It's slowed down a little bit. So if I go back to Tuesday, I did let's see, and then compare it to Wednesday. So Tuesday I got the ticket list, I get some of the cluster status, I got all connecting to all the servers. That was a very productive day. Then actually that was Wednesday. This is Thursday. I got the player list, and that was basically it. So I was sort of a slow day, although I had a fun time yesterday. And then today I've been doing this, and again, it's what, 3.25 hours, and I've only done these two. It's getting kind of slow, but we're making steady, even if slow progress. Once I get done with this, actually, I think I'm pretty much done with it. Get the blacklist controls, the emergency controls, and then the only thing left for the push to launch will be, okay, I need the client update system, some housekeeping stuff, some stats, and legal stuff, and then try to push it online. So it's slower. I'm really bad at making estimates. So initially I thought I would have this running on the cloud and doing game dev in February. And then February came and gone, March came and gone, April. So I keep saying we're a week or two away. Every week I say that. So I've kind of gotten discouraged from making estimates. I'm going to say it's going to be ready when it's ready. But I am making like 1 or 2 bullet points a day, major bullet points. So we'll see. Maybe sometime next week I'll have this stuff done, and I'll be trying to finish up the client updates and put it online. Get to the game eventually, yes. Yeah, it's the keeping going and not getting discouraged by not getting done as fast as you thought you would be able to do it. When people get discouraged, they stop making progress at all, and then you fail. So that's one of the reasons I stream is force myself to get steady. If it's slow, it's still steady. Some progress every day, and get closer and closer. Eventually, we'll get there, right? I think I'm done enough with this. This works, and then this is the version stuff that works. I can remove versions now, right? Remove, yay! And that removes it from that list. That's good. There wasn't anything here, and I really wanted to. Okay, how come they keep getting masked again? That's really weird. I wonder if there's a bug here, because I swore I unmasked those players and they got remasked somehow. Yeah, they're not masked anymore. I wonder if it's because the server died, and when it restarted, or maybe it's when I am snapshotting. Let me see. So if I snapshot and then restart the cluster, is that do they become masked again? Let's see. Yeah, well, eventually you get through it though, don't you? Thanks for the follow, by the way. Yeah, look, they're masked again. There's something wrong maybe in the snapshotting. So let me look. The game snapshot says what for... Oh, look, that's a problem. That shouldn't have happened. The players, right? Is masked. Oh, is that the problem? There is no is masked? Being serialized? Oh, that's what it is. The player's mask is not being serialized, so when we snapshot it, we lose that information. Oh, okay. Let me write this down. Bug. This is another thing that slows me down, right? I have this checklist of my plan, and then I run into bugs, and then I'm like, it's like side trips, or optional side quests, right? Where you have to go, eventually you have to fix these bugs. So the question is, do it now or later, and I just want to get all the bugs for the framework out of the way. So the bug is that player masks aren't being serialized. So the mask state gets reset on every snapshot and restart. That we need to fix. All right, so that's the other player, right? Alex. And all these tickets. Just testing out with... I wonder if I want to have like purges of data for like really old locked tickets and just purge them. Otherwise they're going to clutter the database, aren't they? Idea. Purge really old locked tickets. I mean, they could be archived. Yeah, because right now they just pile up. Okay, what was next? The blacklist is next? Or handle this bug? Or this bug? Let me look into this one first. So this is where the orchestrator is restarted. It forgets what version of code everything is running. So right now, if I tell it I want to run... Okay, I need to upload a version. So let's do that. Make a package and upload it as 100 or 109, whatever. Doesn't matter. If I mistype it, and then let's pick 109 for server 12. So it'll go offline. Code is replaced with 109 and then it starts again. Now, let me verify that the orchestrator's configuration should show that version number. It does. And then I tell orchestrator, please shut down. Now when I start it again, it gets reset, right? Yeah, it got reset the moment I started it. Interesting. It's probably a bug in version selection. Like, it's not selecting a version, it's just saying, oh, it's already running it. Let me look at the code. Let's close everything. Orchestrator. Okay, so let's find the logic about what it does in its main loop. Run. Locate realm servers. It'll put them into a found list. What else does it do? It'll say it appears to be. It goes into a map of known realm servers, keyed by what? Keyed by ID. No, by process ID, okay. We remember... Actually, that host should always be our own host name, shouldn't it? I don't know why I have host there. Right, we have that running version. Where's that running version set? Okay, that's where we mark it as bad. I don't think that's happening. Ah, okay. Make versions message. Okay, that's when we're sending a message. If it dies, we print out what version it was running. This is if it's launched. If it's launched, we pick a version. Okay, otherwise, so it's not set. So what happens? I should have seen it be part of the configuration, but I don't. Oh, maybe it's... Maybe I missed it. Hey there. I don't know how to say your name. Sisek Hosting? Is that how you say your name? Hello, how are you doing? Yeah, I'm tracking down a bug right now. The bug is that the system architecture for my game the game client is going to look like this, where you'll see the game world, and you'll see, if you're an admin, you'll see controls like what versions of the game are available and what versions each server is running, shutting them down and stuff like that. What I'm seeing is I had server 12 running this 109 version, and then I told the orchestrator to shut down, and when it started back up, this got reverted back to default. The orchestrator is a special server that sits behind the game, and its job is just to make sure that the game servers stay running. So it's allowed to shut down, and then it'll start back up and detect that these are already running. But for some reason, instead of reading from the configuration to say, oh, server 12 is running 109, it is just saying, oh, no, it's running nothing. And so it's some kind of bug. What integration does it do? Oh, what I'm integrating what I was doing, what the stream title suggests is this tool didn't have these panes all today. Some of them were here today because I've been working on them all week, but some of them were missing, like this one. But I had that functionality in an old version of of the same app down here. And this was a very ugly spaghetti code logic app, and I was taking the bits and pieces that I want from this old app and integrating them into this nicer app. So that's what the stream title means. So I did that, and I'm moving on to a side quest, so to speak, in that I saw a bug happen when I was testing these controls, and I'm trying to track that down. Yeah, so each of these is a different server. They're all on different port numbers, and the easiest way to show that is just to show the configuration file. It's on the stage, configuration. So these are the port numbers. The private port numbers are the ones that they're going to be talking to the orchestrator with and to each other. And so also we store the version number here, and this is what's getting wiped out by the orchestrator. By accident, I'm sure. I'm sure it didn't mean to clear that field. It didn't know any better. Okay, Mr. Balrog. I still have yet to learn the Mr. Balrog dance, but I promise you I will at some point. Have it in my notebook. For those of you that missed it, that was yesterday. There is a Mr. Balrog dance. That Wendy did, and I need to learn this dance. And we need to make that a thing on Twitch, the Mr. Balrog dance. So, have a good night, Mr. Balrog. Until I see you next time. Alright, so if a server is launched, it picks the correct version and stores it in the running version thing. So the problem, I think, is that we don't go through launch server if it's already running. And so this is whatever its default value is, which is empty string. So what I want to see is, where is that written to disk? I think it's in this save configuration. I think that... Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, it's probably where the save configuration is done. I just need to find out where. Is this where it is? No, that won't be it. Will it? Don't think that should happen. Those are the only times it's called, so wait a minute. Future meme? Yeah, we gotta make it one. Thanks for the follow, Blesser. Blexer? Interesting name. There's a... Oh, I didn't check this. We should check that file. There is a version metadata file. Versions. Okay, it's not marked as bad. That's good. It knows about the version. File. So it must be one of these save configurations that's happening, and it's wiping out the version information. That only happens when it receives these messages, though. But it should it receive these? It might be receiving this message. Let me look. It's been a long time since I wrote this part of the code. I don't quite remember. No. Oh, it's part of the unit tests. Aha. Now it's configuration. When is that called? That's called if a server becomes leader. Or if the orchestrator connects to it, which will happen. Okay, so that's probably what's going on. Every server is saying to the orchestrator, yeah, I know what the configuration is. It's this. And the orchestrator is saying, okay, let me take that and let me save it to disk. Wait a minute. But the configurations that the servers know should have that version number in it. Hmm. Let me set up this. Let me recreate the problem again. Tell him he's running. Tell him to run 109. So it gets removed from the cluster and then gets added back as 109. That should have been replicated to all the servers. So let me make sure that happened. Config.json. Okay, it's in there. Is it in? Okay, let me tell the servers all to snapshot, and we'll look at one of the snapshots. Is it in this configuration? Yes. All right. And then what happens when I tell it to shut down? Did these change themselves? No. And then starting it back up, what happens? Oh, what's this? A change was sent out. Let me look at that as JSON. Format. Oh yeah, look at that. The version number's wiped out. How did that happen? So, and each server keeps a backup copy, right? So I can just diff them? Yeah, look at that. So let me diff them. Let me see if anything else changed. So that's stage server 10. So diff config with config back. Oh, interesting. It went backwards in time. Why would it do that? Oh no, it went forwards. Sorry, I'm looking at it wrong. So that's correct, that's incorrect. It advanced to 1154. Oh, right, because something told it to change. Right, 1153. So this is 1154. So something told it to remove the version number. Who would do that? Does this ever ask to change the configuration? No. So what did? Who knows? And what is this doing? Check launch versions. Is this a problem? I don't remember doing that, but that looks really odd. What's this neat configuration change for? Oh, here we go. It's checking version numbers, and if they don't match... Oh, I sort of remember this now. Yeah, so this will only be one of the servers, right? Something's going to call check launch versions at some point. Oh, yeah, so it's when the orchestrator says to only the leader will do this. So if the orchestrator goes to the leader and says, here are the versions that are running now, the leader will say, well, what does my configuration show? And if there are any mismatches, it goes and updates them. So, okay, that's the problem. The orchestrator is launching and doesn't know what versions are running, so it has empty strings there, and then it thinks that there's the default running everywhere. So it tells the leader, okay, we're running the default version everywhere. The leader says, oh, that's not what my configuration says, so let's do a configuration change. So it appends this extra entry here, which then clears out the version number fields from everywhere. So to avoid this, the orchestrator needs, when it first boots up, it should load from its own cached configuration what version numbers are running, if it sees them running. Alright, see ya, Nui. Is it that time? It's getting kind of late for you, right? I still got another 20 minutes. Let's see if I can fix this bug before I stop. So Nui, you can just assume I fixed the bug, okay? Have a good evening. Launch versions. Yeah, after midnight. I don't normally stream this late, right? I'll be back to a normal schedule next week. Yeah, good night. Right, so I think I might know how to fix this. When we first start, we should read our configuration file. Is that what we do? Subscribe. We have a worker thread. What does the worker thread do? It just processes a worker queue. So after we start it, oh, we're going to call main service main, okay? That's not what I want. It'll come back and call run, right? Circuitously. Yeah, where does this shared configuration get initialized? I'm missing that somewhere. I wonder if it's print process command line arguments. Nope, that's not it. Oh, I think I might know what's going on. Before run is called, there's like another thing called start. Like startup. Connect this, that's not it. Maybe it is in run. It's not this main program, is it? That's just calling service main. Yeah. Something has got to initialize. Something's got to call read configuration. What's doing that? Setup. There it is. There's a setup. Right. So when we read our configuration, we should initialize the versions of servers from that, I think. Yeah. Because I think it's safe to assume if the server's already running and the orchestrator starts up and sees it's running, that it should be running the version that we have recorded in our configuration file, right? That seems logical. So that's part of what this needs to do, I think. I'm on Windows, but I do have the capability to go to Linux Mint or my MacBook if I really do need to. I like to keep this stuff buildable on all three OSs. When I am going to push this online, it'll be on a Linux instance in AWS. So got to keep Linux capability. That's one reason I use VS Code, because I get the same IDE experience, more or less, when I go to Linux or the Mac. Yeah, it is pretty clean, because it's built on Electron, which is Chromium, right? So it's pretty portable. Okay. This just gets the configuration out, so it's what it returns the configurations. What do we do with that configuration? Start our server, sure. Okay, here we go. Load version metadata. What does that do? Okay, that's just retrieving version info. Oh, build. Oh, here we go. Build known server map. Right, so it's reading stuff. So we should seed the version with whatever's in the config, wouldn't that make sense? So that would be realm server dot version, running version equals whatever is in server config version, right? Let me make sure I get the capitalization right. So that needs to match what's in the config file, version. That is a string. This will interpret it as a string. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. I think that actually might fix the bug. So it'll basically initialize the running version with whatever's in the configuration file, so that it doesn't go back to empty string. Sublime text is faster? Really? This VS Code is plenty fast for me in Linux. If Sublime text is faster, that's cool, but yeah, I haven't needed to use Sublime. Alright. Okay, there's a simple way to test this now. That I cannot build it. Oh no, it did build. How did it build while the orchestrator is running? Oh, because it's running from a staged area, right? Yes, so I have to actually tell it. Okay, let's set this up. So 109, and then I will tell the orchestrator to stop. So it's stopped, and then I will this one calls update. When that copies the orchestrator exe, right? So that's exactly what I want to do. So this will actually run the new one. And if all went well, it should stay saying 109. Fixed. Fixed the bug. Yay! Maybe I should actually print something there. Yeah, let's do that. So we'll make it look a little nicer for myself. So stop that orchestrator. And then wherever it says appears to be running, we will print hopefully version S. So we'll put a realm server dot running version C string. There we go. Because I want to see it say so when it starts up. There we go. Hopefully version 109. And this comes back 109. Nice. Okay, we're going to check that in. That could have been a lot worse of a bug. It was just a single line of code, and I added a diagnostic message to go with it. All right. Orchestrator. Fix bug in determining running version. If the orchestrator starts up and realm server is already running, guess what version it's running by looking at the current configuration. There you go. I'm being raided by Mike. Man, we've had attacks left and right from streamers today. I think this is probably the third or fourth raid. How is your stream, Mike? And how are you doing? I have about 15 minutes left in me before I'm going to collapse. I hope your stream went well, though. Indeed. A Mike in 4 OVO-tastic. I will respond with my beast, who will defend me and my channel from the raid. Go at them, beast. Actually, I haven't seen my cat since he went outside at the beginning of the stream. He hasn't been pawing to get back in all day. So yeah, I just fixed a bug, Mike. So there is a server that sits behind my game, and it had a bug where if you stopped that server and then you started it again without touching the game, it would say, "Oh, the game is running the default version because I never initialized it." And so it would tell the servers, "Yeah, you're running the default, you're running the default, you're running the default." So even if server 12 said, "No, I was running 109," it would say, "Okay, fine, we're running the default." And so it was just not initializing a variable somewhere. It was I was just showing that diff when you raided. So it was initializing the running version to be whatever is in that server's configuration under the version key. Fixed it. So now when we tell the orchestrator to kindly shut down, and it does so, and then I restart it again, and it comes back up, it says, "Oh, hopefully it's running that because that's what we see in the configuration." And then it doesn't disrupt the servers, and they continue to run the version that they were running. I made a wife bug, but never listens. I see. Oh, the new version of Thrusty Ship? If anyone doesn't know, Mike in Principle here has made a game in Unity. It's a very challenging, I guess you would call it a space-based platformer rage quit kind of game. And he developed it on stream, so you should check out his stream sometime. And the game is both available on Steam, and there's also a free demo. So you should check it out, especially if tomorrow's the new version launch event. So you're going to have a 24-hour stream to celebrate, Mike? I assume? Tomorrow's the event, the version... Okay, yeah, well, tomorrow's the party for today's launch, then. And thanks for the follow, Just Bender. So yeah, Mike, 24-hour stream to celebrate? Yes? No? It's the weekend. You could stay up, right? You have to travel. Oh. Oh, boo. Well, you can, yeah, oh well. 24 stream when you get back. 24-hour stream, I should say. Yeah, so, yeah, today I've been integrating administrator controls into the... This is going to be the front end of the game. So, Mike, when I actually have a game and a game world, the game world will show up here. And then any interaction with NPCs, chat, events that happen in text form will show up in this part of the display. And then this upper right is reserved for any kind of interaction through the user interface. So there's where you log out. And if you're an administrator, you see these extra pages, and or you can see the list of players. And there's a built-in ticketing system, which is a mess that I need to clean up. But anyway, it's functional. It's just kind of messy looking. And when I actually have a game, you'll have other panels here for like showing, you know, your character's health, inventory, equipment, spells, etc., etc. And once I have enough of this down, so I don't know, hopefully soon, I will put this up online. Everyone else will be able to log in, and then I'll start creating an actual game, and you'll see this light up, hopefully, if everything goes well. Yeah, so these user interface elements are all in React and Redux. This window is going to be populated by a phaser, which is a library in JavaScript to do 2D, I think it even handles 3D, pixel graphics using either Canvas or WebGL. And I haven't started doing that, but if you're curious to see what it'll hopefully look like, kind of, I have a small scale mockup I highlighted demonstrating that on the stream a while back, so there's a link to that if you're curious. Ludum Dare is in a couple hours? Nice. I don't have time to do it this time, but maybe in 6 months. So yeah, the small scale mockup is I just took as a concept the old Atari Gauntlet game and applied that to the style I want to have. So 2D tiles where you are the warrior in the game Gauntlet and you can throw axes, and there are monster generators that spawn ghosts and they pursue you, and they get to you, lose health, and you can walk around the level and pick up treasure. And it was more of a demonstration of three things: how I would display it here, how it would interact with the server, and I hit F12 on the wrong thing, but interaction with the server through these WebSockets, and I was able to show that, and then also the underlying game logic held in the entity component system. So that mockup went well, and so I'm on the stage now where I'm solidifying the platform here with all the tools I needed as an administrator to like, this is for moderation, the ticketing system, and monitoring the accounts, being able to ban troublemakers like Raimu. You know, can never trust that guy. Ban that guy because, you know, what kind of a name is Raimu anyway? Ban that guy, you know, and download accounts, restore them if we need to restore them from backup. I need to have all these controls, otherwise people will start playing my game and they'll run, things will break, and I'll be unable to fix things. So because I'm not relying on an underlying game engine, this is basically my own game engine. I'm only going to be comfortable doing game dev when the underlying framework is pretty solid. So that's what I've been working on. I unbanned Raimu. He redeemed himself. Okay. Actually, did that show yes when I banned myself? It does show yes. Okay. Good. Oh, there's that other bug with the mask. I think that was the one I was going to do next. Yeah. You don't mind the name, huh? Yeah, he's a real menace. Oh, yeah. We were talking about hats earlier, and I pulled down the hat that I have up there and showed that on stream. But I don't want to do it again. Once a stream is enough. Unless I do something like where every Friday is hat day or something. Yeah, I think I'm going to be wrapping up the stream soon because this is maybe one more bug and then I'll wrap up. But it's getting almost to my 4-hour mark. So if you haven't seen my stream before, I like to keep a plan and notes, and you can see them at any time if you do the today command. And so that's what I'm looking at right now. Didn't Twitch unlock a lot of names recently? I don't know. Oh, you mean can I get my name back and ditch the number? Maybe. I guess I could try. So I worked on the player list yesterday. Today I worked on cluster status, game versions, and Orchestrator. So the next two things are blacklist and emergency controls, but I did run into some bugs, right? This one I just fixed, so I'm going to mark that strike through. This one I was deferring to later because it's more of a yeah, that requires more thought to do. This one I think I'll do now if I can do it in the next 5-10 minutes. I think so. So the bug right now is that there is a mask flag for players. The reason why, here I'll show you. Let's say you did something like create a new account called Fortnite. And as everyone knows, Fortnite is a bannable word, right? So what'll happen right at the beginning is it'll say your account is currently masked, which means other players will see you as player 12. This is temporary until the game moderators have approved your player name for use. So that's obviously it's to guard against someone registering an account with like the F word or something as their name. It's an automatic moderation step. So that's accomplished through a flag for every player called mask, and so that they'll show up as any other player as player 12, and a moderator will go in and say, well, they want the name Fortnite, and we can say in here, that's a banned word. Please pick another, and then that'll come back to the user here as, oh, there's a ticket updated. It's a banned word. Please choose another. Whoops. I need to work on the style again on this guy. Please pick another, and you can say, okay, fine. And then go to your profile and say, Fortnite sucks. And then that comes back to the admin, who sees the name change again. And it says, that's a great name. Approved. Add that. And then what we'll do is we'll close and lock the ticket and go to their profile and unmask them. And what that happens is now that warning goes away, and that name now shows up to everyone else in the game. So the bug right now is that I'm not serializing that. So what happens is when you were to, as an admin, or automatically what happens every once in a while, the game snapshots its state, and then if the servers were to go down and come back up, do something like that, the mask wasn't serialized, so it comes back up, the player logs back in, and suddenly they will be masked again. Interesting that didn't reload. Oh, because that's another thing. The remember me is, I forgot to click that. Watch me not be able to remember the password I used. Yeah, see how the mask has been reapplied? So that's because I forgot to serialize it. So the game snapshots are how the state is serialized. If I look at that, the player looks like this. Actually, let's look at Fortnite sucks. So here's Fortnite sucks. Originally, they tried to use the name Fortnite, but then they renamed themselves to Fortnite sucks. And you can see that nowhere here do we see that mask flag. So that's the problem. It's not here at all, so it's just picking the default, which is true. So I'm going to fix that. Yeah, I'm doing programming. So I was doing React and Redux, which is what I programmed this front end in. It's JavaScript. And I'm now going to switch to C++ because the back-end game needs to have a flag added to the serialization for players, and that is done in the back-end, C++. So the way I do C++ development is a bit different. Instead of just hacking away at JavaScript, I go and make a unit test to reproduce the problem. And so ultimately this bug is in the serialization, and I'm going to go find where that is done. I think that is in players test serialization. Serialize. So this is using Google Test Framework, and I made a half-an-hour video showing how to set that up with VS Code, but essentially we either write or we update a unit test. Each of these test Fs stands for a single use case tested inside of a fixture. So a common set of tools set up to test one specific class or function or whatever in a program. And so the player's object has the bug, and I'm going to look and find it here, serialized player. This describes the use case. That is that when we take the players and we ask it to be serialized, and then we ask it to serialize player 1. Oh, wait a minute, this is the wrong one. This is serialized player, sorry. I'm like, I was getting confused. Here's serialize. So serialize is we already have the fixture. How do I show that? Setup has already added player 1, Alice, and then player 2 hasn't been added yet, but we have a record set up. So we're going to add player 2. So there's now player 1 and 2 are in the players, right? If we ask players to serialize, we'll get this exact junk out. So it's expecting player 1 with their ID and name to show up, and then player 2 and their ID. So the one thing that I failed to do here is to make the test expect that we include the mask flag. Is masked. So that should be, I think I had that set to the default. Whatever the setup was. Yeah, so I want to have different values for these two. So let me, before I add player 2, I'll set player 2's mask off. Is masked false. Because the default is true, which is the bug. That it's just flipping back to true all the time. So player 1 will expect to be true. because I didn't touch it. And then that's player 1. Player 2 will expect it to be false because I did change that. So then I build this, and then one of the plugins in VS Code I use lets me just run that test really quickly, as long as I have clicked on this tab at least once since I loaded it. Okay, I just did that. So now I can run that test, and I see it fails. And I click log, and it should show me a very long and verbose message. Basically, it'll show me what it expected in that expectation and what it was actually. It's kind of hard to read, but essentially it did expect is masked true, and then what was actually serialized doesn't include is masked at all. So that's the difference. So that's I've recreated the bug now. The next step in test-driven development is I go fix the bug, and then I run the test to verify I fixed it. Okay, Mike, see ya. Enjoy your, have a safe trip. Enjoy the event tomorrow. And everyone should check out Thrusty Ship too. So that's Mike and Principal's game, Thrusty Ship. You should check it out. There's a free demo. Let's see. I didn't miss any other chat, did I? There's some other chat. If I ever miss chat, and I'm not ignoring you on purpose, probably, you can tag me in chat and make sure that I see it. All right, so that test goes along with the code here. Serialized player record. So I believe the way to fix it is just add it. Is masked. Is masked. And then I run the test again, and it should pass now. All right, so that passes. Now let's do the serialized player. That might have been broken by the change I just made. How come I don't see... Oh, is that because it's collapsed? Yeah. Okay, no, that did not break. The deserialize is probably not correct, right? Yeah, we want the same... I want to have it in reverse direction. So if I want player 1 to be masked, but player 2 not to be, I will do it by putting that in the serialization. And then I just have to expect that to actually happen. So we'll expect true that player 1 is masked, and we'll expect false that player 2 is masked. So updated that test. Fails now because I didn't write that part yet. So that's this. So that is record.isMasked equals interpret as a boolean serialized record is masked. Build it, compile it, ship it. Still failing. False. Actually true. Okay, so I screwed it up somehow. That's player 2, right? Huh. Okay, so let's put a breakpoint there. And debug it. Debug. Alright, so this should be player 1 is masked. Player 2 is not masked. So what happened? How did it fail the test? Oh, I know why. It's not retrieving player 1 and 2 from players. I need to actually move this. Well, we have to repeat that for the assert. We ought to just do IDs. I actually just do oh, hold on. No. Right, I was pulling from the record. That's what I was doing. I just set up the test wrong. Then when we set this up, it should be player to is masked is false. There we go. So the test was wrong, so let me undo the code change here. Verify it's broken, and then put it back, verify it fixes it. Okay, that wasn't what I expected. Grr. Oh, this is wrong still. It should be that there and that there. Yeah, make sure your test is correct. That it fails when the bug isn't fixed and passes when the bug is fixed. Cool. All right, now I'm going to run all my tests just to make sure nothing else broke. Because you never know. It could have tests sensitive to unrelated changes. About that time for me to take a break and continue Monday. But I want to make sure that this bug is fixed. That'll make a good stopping point. This test suite takes the longest to run. Yeah, 22 seconds. All right. We're looking good, so we're going to... Actually, while I'm at it, that means this version was buggy, right? So let's before we swap it, let's go to the default. The default version gets the latest. Let me go and wipe out this old one. All right, so we're in good shape now. I can just rerun. Now the default version is the one we just built, and it should no longer have the serialization problem. Let's test it. So none of them are masked. I snapshot it. Stop, restart. They should not be masked anymore. Actually, I should have kept one of them masked, shouldn't I? Okay, let's mask Fortnite sucks. Snapshot. Stop, start. And then look at this again. Okay, cool, I fixed it. Unmask him finally. All right. Good stopping point, I think. We don't need this account anymore, right? Delete. Confirm. Your account has been deleted. All right. I think I'm good to stop for the day. Oh, I need to check this in, don't I? Yeah, so this is fix bug, and so players, fix serialization bug. Add is masked field to serialization. I just forgot to add that. So I'll be back on Monday. I'm back to my normal schedule, which is 10 a.m. Pacific or 1700 hours UTC for 4 hours. So in the meantime, I hope you guys all have a great weekend, and I will see you back on Monday. And let me see if there's someone else I can introduce you to who's on Twitch. Thank you, Reset in Peace. Unfortunately, there's not going to be Adam Ciuna streaming today because for him it's Saturday, unless he's playing a game. But is anyone else streaming? Actually, Spheris was here before. Maybe we will raid Spheris. Yeah, let's do that. Any objections? Let's raid Spheris. So Spheris was on in the channel earlier, and Spheris is now streaming, doing game dev in Unity. and Blender, I think. Working on, I think, more game assets. So we're gonna raid Spheres right now. And thank you, Bugfound, for accepting the sword. Thank you, Bugfound, for being the new moderator. And also, I should say, if you want to chat during the weekend, anybody, or if you have any coding questions, the Discord is open if you would like to use it. All right, I'm hitting the button. Have a good weekend, everyone. I will see you on Monday. Bye. Bye-bye.